before we start? You want to do it? Your mic's not on, Barbara.
Ms. Kennedy, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And Mr. Rivera, are you on the phone?
Yes. Also Weddleton.
Hi, John. Thank you.
How do I get in the queue when I wish to speak? Should I? Is
Why don't you text me, John?
that Austin?
Yeah. Or Crystal. Or who else was on the phone? Felix. Yeah. Or Suzanne.
Okay, I'll shoot him to Suzanne. Is that okay, Suzanne?
Sure, John. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'd like to call this special meeting of the Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Peterson is excused. Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Here.
Ms. Zolotel.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Haberman, you're going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Mr. Bockenstead, would you like to lead us in the land acknowledgement?
Sure. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Excellent, and I see it up on the board as well. Thank you, Mr. Bockenstead. So as Ms. LaFrance stated yesterday, Mr. Rivera is unable to join us today, so I will be acting as chair for the meeting. Mr. Rivera hopes to be back with us starting again on Thursday. With an increase in cases of COVID-19 and a large audience in the past and a bit smaller today, but still folks here today, for the safety of the municipal staff, the assembly, and the audience, it is important that we follow all the health protocols in place. For these chambers, that means physical distancing and wearing your mask. Physical distancing sets a natural limit for how many individuals can be in the chambers. Wearing a mask is mandatory in the chambers. I will come back to this issue if necessary. Thank you to everyone for your support in ensuring the safety of all in these chambers. Also, so the public is aware, beginning tomorrow, all regular and special meetings of the Assembly will be conducted through phone testimony only, in accordance with the emergency order announced earlier today by the mayor. So if you do not get to testify in person today, and we end up continuing public hearing until tomorrow, you will get a chance to testify over the phone. For the testimony on public hearing items, please direct your comments to the Assembly or the chair, and not to anyone personally. Personal attacks are not appropriate. For public hearing items, your testimony must focus on the topic, not other items or subjects. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. A few other items before we begin public testimony. As we did last week, I'll be starting testimony with those who were unable to testify at the end of the meeting yesterday, and I believe there's one gentleman on that list. I will switch between doing 3 in person from yesterday or today, since there weren't 3, and 3 phone testimony from yesterday. Once I'm done with the list of individuals on the in-person list, I'll ask if others not on that list and who haven't testified already to line up. As always, please share your first and last name for the record when you come up to the microphone. Also, please let me know, as most folks have been doing, that's been really helpful, if you will be testifying on one or both items we have before us. With that, let's begin. We'll return to public testimony on AOs 2020-58 and 2020-60, and we'll begin with Mr. Crosby, who was here yesterday. Mr. Crosby, are you with us? Okay, I don't see Mr. Crosby here. Would anyone else in the audience like to testify today? Welcome, sir.
Hello, my name is Campbell Borchardt, and I'm going to be speaking on both AO 2020-58 and AO 2020-66.
Excellent. I just started your timer.
Okay. I've lived up here for over 30 years, and never have I seen such a bad idea that's a blatant abuse of power and has given me an utter mistrust of my elected officials. AO 58 would give the Assembly the power to completely bypass the planning and zoning process and put transient, vagrant, and homeless centers in any B3 zone property across the municipality of Anchorage. AO 2020-58 is so bad, the Assembly has indicated that they may revise or kill it. This travesty had to go through multiple levels of government to be considered, and the simple fact that they need an ordinance like this to proceed with putting these shelters in place. And even if they revise this and go through the Planning and Zoning Department, the Assembly still has the final say and vote to approve this. Will any Assembly members go on the record and state that they will vote against this as the Planning and Zoning Board recommends not approving this? Because of that, if not, that is a perversion of the public trust and undermines the community's confidence in this Assembly. The spoken testimony the past few days has indicated if you're against this, you don't care about the homeless. That is an inflammatory and untrue statement. Of course, we want to help the homeless, but the only way that that can occur is with experts and public input from the Anchorage community. None of this has happened, and the administration seems to refuse to consider different ideas. Now on to AO 66 and the acquisition of the 4 properties. As mentioned before, there's been little to no public input, notice, or input for this ordinance. I recently went to a Midtown Community Council meeting looking for clarification and was astonished by the responses by an Assembly member. How were these properties chosen? Apparently the Municipal Real Estate Department was involved, but they didn't know to what extent and will look into it. They didn't even know what the criteria was in choosing these properties. By the way, they mentioned that there were alternate properties considered and rejected and would also not even consider looking at different properties. Through simple research, I recently found a planning and zoning memo dated December 10th, 2018 in relation to case 2018-0113. This was done in preparation for the Student Transportation Facility site selection. One of the sites considered is Site 21. This is PLI zone land owned by the city, 9.4 acres, by both the state troopers and police department, surrounded by parks and no residential developments. Furthermore, it is close to a bus route, hospitals, and mental health facilities. Why was this land not even considered? And the next question was, who will operate these facilities and how? Their answer was philanthropic and social organizations they knew, but no names were given and no specific operational money amounts given as well. Will the Assembly go on the record and state that what they will do if these costs exceed what the administration has stated they will cost? The next question was, how much are the renovations? There were no bids put out, but extensive renovations were expected and to take 6 to 9 months at a minimum. This makes these properties not conditionally approved and essentially unusable in the upcoming winter. Are you also aware that these buildings were built in 1969, 1977, and 1978, prior to the asbestos and lead paint laws? And what would you do then? No. The answer was you usually find that in due diligence, and that hasn't been performed. to any extent. Furthermore, will the Assembly go on the record and state that they will approve further money or not purchase these properties if these issues are found? Because there have been numerous experts who have testified on this, that these upgrades amounts and these renovations are vastly understated. They also mentioned that with these facilities, they can enforce vagrancy laws. But when our city prosecutors won't file charges or police enforce low-level offenses, how does that help? The administration has admitted to doing this. What is stopping them from enforcing simple littering laws? How about imposing a small fine or even community service to pick up their own trash? Speaking of legal issues, how are you going to get people to stay in the facilities if they don't want to? You cannot force them, and is the Assembly going on the record as stating they approve of forcibly enforcing this? Because that could open the municipality up to further lawsuits. But the most galling is when one Assembly member referred to the situation on 3rd Avenue as an expletive show. I actually can't say the word in here for decorum rules, but they assured us that it wouldn't be the case with zero plans, no specific money amounts, and no public input or any idea how they would be operated differently than the current facilities on 3rd Avenue. No one disagrees that the homeless need help, but without a public process, this is not the solution. You have heard from many intelligent and eloquent speakers that have echoed this sentiment and had amazing ideas. I sincerely hope that those words have at least resonated with you and prevent you from making a decision that appears to be undemocratic.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. I have a question for you.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Hi, just one quick question. Thanks so much for your testimony. You said without a process, without a public process, knowing it, stipulating that it hasn't been done well in your opinion up till now.
Yes.
Moving forward, what kind of process do you feel like that would make you feel more comfortable with whatever decision we make? What are some of the steps that you would like to see to ensure that the process is well informed?
Well, first of all, in those areas, why not involve the community councils first of all, these facilities were not put on the record until, I believe, June 2nd of this year. There was no prior notice to that, and no one was aware.
Other than notice.
Sorry.
Is that Mr. Weddleton? Mr. Weddleton, can you mute?
Yeah, sorry about that. I apologize, sir.
No, thank you.
Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Involve the community councils and go through the planning and zoning board like you do for any other municipal facility.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who would like to testify in person?
My name is Mike McConaughey, and I'd like to testify on both.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm against both. The first one, circumventing the waiving planning and zoning commission review. Don't like the sound of that. The second one, I think that the homeless problem, a big part of the homeless problem is drug and alcohol abuse, and that's something I know about, and recovery. I think it can be done a lot differently. I myself am a recovering alcoholic. I've been clean and sober 11 years, and I've been around drug and alcohol recovery since 1987. At my work now, I work with women at Highland Mountain Correctional that are going through various treatment programs directly connected with drug and alcohol abuse. And a lot of them come from the streets. They're homeless people that end up in prison. So I know a little bit about that. There are different ways to approach it other than throwing millions of dollars in that direction. I myself was homeless for a time back in 1998, and ended up at a men's indigent detox facility in Southern California. But this was an interesting facility. It was completely self-supporting. It had no government or outside funding other than donations from the community, donations from members of the group that ran the house, which were all recovering alcoholics and addicts. And it worked amazingly well. It's been going for, I think, for about 70 years now. 20 beds, clean, safe place. Guys come in for 10 days, spin dry. They're physically off the alcohol in 3 or 4 days. And then guys everybody's volunteers that run the house. It's all run by volunteers that are clean and sober people themselves. After they get clean and sober, after they detox for 3 or 4 days, we have meetings all the time, and then they're offered work by members of the house that have small businesses, such as furniture moving businesses, painting business, house painting businesses, things like that. They get these guys to work right away, so they're actually working and earning money and not being given things. They are earning the money themselves. And then after 10 days, we had an apartment complex next door, and they could go to that complex with some strict rules, and they paid their own rent there. It was all self-supporting. It was all done by the community. United Way we were so successful, United Way wanted to get involved by donating $5,000 a year, and they started telling us how they wanted us to do things, so we said, thank you very much, we don't need your $5,000. I guess my point is, I believe in grassroots. I believe in one alcoholic talking to another, one drug addict talking to another as a means of recovery and getting back into society as a good citizen. I understand people are trying to help come up with a solution for a serious problem. But this solution, to me, is not the ultimate answer. We need to put out an all-call to the recovery community in Anchorage, and we need to start meeting with groups and start talking about ways to deal with this rather than going forward with potentially $90 or $100 million. 2018, the homeless thing was, in 2020, was looked at like it's going to cost us about $2 million. Now we're looking at maybe 90 or something. So I don't see that as the right way to go. I guess that's all I got.
Thank you, sir. I have a question from Ms. Allard. Ms. Allard, go ahead.
Thank you. Mike, thanks for coming down here and testifying. Can you tell me, if you don't mind, what your career field is and what your background is?
I work for the DOC. I am a corrections officer at Highland Mountain Correctional. My particular assignment there, I'm working with a house where we have 3 different kinds of drug and alcohol treatment available. We have the RSAT program from the Salvation Army. We have a TLC program, which comes from the religious community. And then we have a separate Christian wing. We have 3 different wings where we have 3 different programs going on, so I can see it all.
Thank you. It looks like I have a question for Mr. Constant as well.
Thank you, sir. You just listed a number of programs, the Salvation Army, the TLC program. Are those programs volunteer?
The Salvation Army is paid by the state. The TLC is paid by their own resources.
Thank you.
The Christian community in the area.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
All right.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify in person? Welcome.
Hello, my name is William Gornto. I have already testified to both ordinances.
Sir, we can only have you testify once.
I've come today to testify to the substitute versions.
Chairwoman, point of order.
S1.
I'm sorry, sir, you can only
Point
testify.
of order.
May I read the section of municipal code that addresses this request?
Sorry, sir, there is no substitute version to 58. Oh, you're...
No, she can't talk.
I'm sorry, sir, you cannot testify. You've already testified. Thank you. I'm going to move on to the phone.
Chairwoman, point of order.
Yes, Ms. Ellis?
I would like to read the code where it does say they can testify because we have another issue here.
I'll go ahead and let Mr. Gates answer this. Mr. Gates, is he able to testify again?
Well, actually, I'd like to read the code, and then
Ms.
we can
Allard?
put the municipality.
Ms. Allard, I'll let
the
Dean
attorney.
answer this question. Thank you.
No, we have in our code a provision that says a person can testify once on an item. If there's a substitute version in the continued public hearing that they could testify on the substitute version, I would need to check with the clerk, but I think our substitute version here, 66S, was submitted before the first public hearing opened, so there would be only one opportunity to testify regardless. And I can read the language out if you wanted, but I need to pull it up, so we need a couple minutes.
I didn't catch.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Sorry, I'm just trying to wait to make sure Ms. Allard heard you. Okay, let's go ahead and move forward with the phone testimony. We'll do 3, and then if Ms. Allard has additional questions, we'll cover that before we continue with person testimony. Thank you, Mr. Gates. We have Audrey Lee. Can you go ahead and get her on the phone, please? Let's go ahead and move on to the next phone testimony. This is Stephen Nelson. Mr. Nelson? You're on with the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to provide testimony on AOs 2020-58 and 2020-60?
I believe he got disconnected.
Oh, can you try him again, Travis? Thank you. Okay, we'll move to the next person. Thank you, Travis. Miss Bryn Daisy. Miss Daisy? Hi, this is Austin Quinn Davidson from the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to provide testimony on AOs 2020-58 and 2020-60?
I would like to, yes, please.
And will you be testifying on both or just one?
I would like to testify on both, please.
Okay, you'll have 6 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you for taking my testimony. My name, again, is Bryn Daisy, and I'm speaking against both measures, 58, 66. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, and I live in the Lake Hood area. That's less than 2 blocks away from the America's Best Value Inn being considered for purchase in Snards or the homeless shelter. I have this home, and like all of my neighbors, I work hard to keep it safe. I have a family. I have 4 small children. Their safety is my top priority, and I feel their safety is being threatened here. I live next to a daycare center, also next to the proposed site. That feels like a very poor match. I'm concerned about the obvious drop in home value, one that we worked so hard for. I'm concerned that this plan sits dangerously close to Lake Hood and poses a very real safety concern for pilots of small airplanes. I'm concerned that we're placing a homeless shelter smack in the middle of a tourist hub, with the possibility of negatively affecting an already tenuous tourism industry in our city. I'm concerned that we are considering placing a shelter near an already nefarious district of Spenard, which can only serve to compound issues in an area that's already struggling to be regentrified. I'm upset that there is no plan in place that addresses these concerns. I'm a healthcare provider in town, and a large portion of my patients are transient or homeless. I'm committed every day to helping them and treating them. They are people, and they have a right to feel secure and safe and warm. This I do not dispute. But we need a real plan in place here, and this is absolutely 100% not the answer. We need a huge amount of framework to support this. This plan lacks that. It's only the tip of the iceberg, and as inconvenient as the project it is, this project requires so much more planning. When we're all interested in finding a solution, it doesn't make it any less true. While I'm in support of working as a community to establish successful programs for the homeless population, it's absurd to think that it's reasonable for the public to agree to programs without any real transparent plan in sight for the organization and operation of these facilities, both in the short and long term. You wouldn't take a job or buy a property with just a vague promise of its conditional possibilities. You would demand hard evidence. That's common sense. We have a lot of assurances, but we have nothing concrete that's been made available for our review. So it becomes a rush job with zero transparency. It feels hidden from the public's view, which is unacceptable. My concerns are valid here. We need clear details for long-term planning, long-term operating and funding, agencies to operate the new programs, the rehabbing of the buildings. The current administration will be out of office soon. That gives a very small amount of time to obtain the funding to operate not 1, but 4 new programs with literally millions of dollars in operating costs per year. Secure the community's approval for the plans, purchase the buildings, rehab them, find the nonprofits to operate them. The list goes on. It takes experts years of research and planning and selection for the most effective programs. And so we don't have those, and thus these measures are destined to fail. I hear people speak about their disagreement with the COVID relief dollars put towards this project, but I also feel like the city has capitalized on COVID to slip in the Band-Aid of this project without giving people a safe and responsible outlet to have met together in groups, get organized, and be part of the process in an acceptable public way. I feel like the local government feels very sneaky here, and I don't want to believe that that's something that our local government is. I really hope that the Assembly makes a choice that doesn't reflect that. I have a very real fear that shelters will become another place to park the homeless but not support them, and an even greater fear that crime and drugs and alcohol that a poorly managed system will bring will also be poorly managed as they affect established residents of these neighborhoods. This isn't a safe situation for the families that live near these facilities. We have a right to understand how this will work and to feel safe. And this isn't from some unfounded sense of entitlement. It's because we're contributing members of this community that help pay for it. When you have so many constituents that are expressing that their security is being compromised, and we have not approached this project in the correct way, are there more suitable options? We haven't been given an opportunity to explore that. Let's not reinvent the wheel here, and let's please find out how this has been accomplished successfully in other areas without compromising that security. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I hope that you will absolutely not vote in favor of measures 58 and 66 and instead put this money to good use after developing a solid plan that includes public input.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Appreciate you calling in. We'll move to public testimony next in person, but I want to make sure Ms. Allard got her question answered. If not, we'll take a short break just so she doesn't miss any of the public testimony.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I just want to ask Kate Vogel, the attorney for the municipality.
Okay. Ms. Vogel, would you like to weigh in?
I'd be happy to. I agree with Dean Gates's interpretation of the code, which is that because these versions were already out and there hasn't been changes while public hearing is happening, there is not a right to testify a second time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vogel. Thanks, Ms. Allard. Okay, we'll continue with in-person testimony. Ma'am, did you want to come forward? Oh, thank you. Oh, your mic isn't on. There's a little button to the right. On the actual black mic box. Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Whoa. Hi, good evening. My name is Alexis Johnson, and I'm one of the owners of Bread and Brew.
Alexis, will you be testifying to both?
I'll be testifying to both.
Okay, thank you.
So my name is Alexis Johnson. My background, I have a BA in Marketing and Gender Studies from Arizona State University, and I have a deep-rooted passion for the community that I live and work in. If you haven't heard of Bread and Brew, we're located on the corner of Shelikoff and Tudor. We're a sandwich restaurant. No pun intended, but we are literally sandwiched between the Golden Lion location and the Alaska Club. We are a business that will be directly impacted by the purchase of these buildings. Sorry. I'd first like to start my testimony with a little history about Bread and Brew. We're a family-owned restaurant and have operated in Midtown for the last 3 years. Before that, and still currently, my parents operate Alaska Lighting and Supply, which is located next door to the restaurant, for the last 16 years. I can attest every single day that I've gone into work, I've cleaned up evidence of homelessness. Whether it be empty alcohol bottles, dirty needles, and/or people sleeping behind or diving into my dumpster. We at Bread and Brew connect every single day with at least one at-risk individual living on the streets. It is our mission to make Bread and Brew a hub where our community comes together and that doesn't stop at an income level. As far as philanthropy, Bread and Brew has raised over $50,000 in the last 3 years for local Alaskan families through grassroots effort. We care deeply about the community that we live and work in. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I currently reside in Eagle River, and I earn my income in Midtown. I've attended multiple community council meetings and try to approach every Midtown issue with intention and mindfulness. This is a district that we at Bread and Brew care and love about so deeply. We need a better plan when trying to solve the issue of homelessness. Some of the best long-term plans and goals that I've ever had were well thought out and had a long drawn-out plan. Not only did I have a well thought out plan, but I also had a plan B and a plan C just in case something were to happen. I see no long-term financial plans or projections or operational plans or safety plans for these properties. The municipality should not be in the business of owning commercial real estate. I also find it eerily suspicious from which the manner that these proposals were just slipped into a random agenda. I want to put an end to homelessness just like everyone else, and I believe this entire community would like to make strides to end homelessness, but we need a well thought out plan, and those take time. $22 million is a lot of money. Is it enough to solve homelessness? Maybe, maybe not. This is just the beginning of our spending. This is a hefty dinner bill that the Assembly will leave to be paid by the taxpayers. In January of 2019, 1,907 people were homeless. That number has obviously increased since COVID-19, but not to the extent that $22 million could not put a dent in it. I truly think that the purchase of these 4 buildings is a gross misuse of power, of money, and the future of our people of Anchorage. One of the things that I've noticed with all the public testimony is that people oppose this decision, but they don't have a follow-up plan. I'm not a political science major, so I'm unsure how to go about this course of action on how to fully execute a new plan, but I have some ideas that I'd like to share. The city and state already own multiple buildings that lie vacant that we could utilize and not have to spend so much money to accomplish the goal of saving people. Let's face it, homelessness is not just about finding these people homes. We can give them a place to sleep, but we really need to give these people resources. It's about finding these people sobriety, a clear head, and the tools to create a better life for themselves. The purchase of these 4 buildings does none of that. This is not a plan, it's a fire sale. And the Assembly looks really desperate for a good deal. I understand that we have $22 million burning holes in our city's pockets, but this money could be better served. My idea would be to take the Palmer Jail and turn it into a college-like campus where we make a mandatory 2-semester program for these people who are continually reoffending and wreaking havoc on our city. Truck them out there, give them the resources they need, make them have a mandatory 60-day sobriety intake, give them weekly UAs, dorm-like facilities, mental health treatment, and then classes for life skills like cooking and construction. Then have large companies buy in, native corporations, construction companies, and restaurant groups. If you gave me an employee that had a year of solid training, I would buy into a union-like structure that kept homelessness at bay and bettered our community. I would love to employ sober, trained people. We have an issue to solve, and purchasing real estate does none of this. I ask that you actually listen instead of just hearing what the citizens of your city have to say. I cannot believe that I actually have to come and testify in person. I hate public speaking. And this is a terrible idea. We have Anchorage's largest intersections joining forces with a homeless community that has a mental decline and a substance abuse problem. Do I even have to ask what could go wrong? I ask that you vote no on both of these issues. Come back to us with a plan. Alert the community in better ways. Knock on a door, pick up a phone. It's really not that difficult. Be the elected officials that we voted you to be. This isn't an assembly issue, it's an everybody issue. And clearly from the testimony that we've heard over the last 2 weeks, this is not a well thought out issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Before you leave, I have a question from Ms. Salatel.
Okay. Hi, I'm over here. Hi. I know Bread and Brew well. I still live down the street from it. And I believe it's your dad goes to community council in Campbell Park.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you get an opportunity to join us for community council because we've been talking about homelessness and shelter.
Mm-hmm. But the funding just came available, so now I would consider it a new issue. We've been talking about homelessness for 20 years.
Thanks.
Thank you. Come on up, sir.
Good evening. My name's George Walton. I own George Walton's Gold and Diamond Company. For 36 years, I've been on the corner of Tudor and Old Sword. I'm going to testify on both.
Thank you.
And my only issue is due process. I understand that we are addressing that in some way. Why are we not voting it? It's a citizen thing. It's the people's money. It's not your money, it's not the mayor's money, it's not the state's money, it's the people that pay taxes every day. I live in Midtown for 45 years. 36 years of those in Geneva Woods, Woodside East, Rogers Park right now. You're talking I was on the corner of 3700 Old Sword Highway before I moved to 4300 Old Sword Highway. My whole livelihood is based on 45 years in the jewelry business, not in the politician's business. I pay taxes, I give to all fundraisers. We're active in the community for all these years. All I want is due process. I want the people to have a say in this. If they say this is a good idea, then we're on board. The most eloquent I heard was the gentleman who's the general manager of Lithia. He placed it really well. He asked for due process. We're out there helping anyway. I'm spending $100,000 a year on my own security in my business. Why is it that would be on me? I'm in the community. I left here the other night to answer an alarm call. Unfortunate incidents happen, but every time now, they're $300 a call. This becomes an issue. All I think anybody is asked up here, being for it or against it, is that we have due process, not a stamped bill. A due process where we can go through the process, know the plan, planning and zoning, have traffic counts. I know what goes on that corner because I sit in my office and look out there every day. I think we need to look at this plan. Everybody knows the homeless, drugs, alcohol, these are all serious problems. but they can't be dealt with in one issue. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I have a question before you leave for Ms. Salatel. Oh, sorry. Never mind. Thank you for your testimony. Come forward, sir.
Hello, my name is Brian Mulder, and I'd like to speak to both ordinances being discussed. We all see things from the lenses through which we're trained to work in the world. I myself am an airline pilot. I've been flying for the last 20 years, so I see everything through very distinct processes and safety. And whenever we have some sort of an issue, we go through it using a process, which the Assembly nicely demonstrated tonight when this gentleman was not able to testify because he had already testified. I would like to see the Assembly follow their own rules and not waive them. That is the issue that I have. Not that the homelessness doesn't need to be taken care of, it does. It affects me, it affects my kids. We go downtown, we go to areas, I have to explain to my kids why there's somebody laying in the street. We need to do something about the homeless, but it's such a critical issue that we cannot shortcut the process in any way, because where we put shelters affects everywhere around there. Where we put shelters affects how those people in the shelters can improve their lives or not. This process needs to be looked at from every angle. We need due process, and we need to know how this is going to affect not me as a taxpayer, but my kids as a taxpayer. Because we're signing up for something that is years and years and years down the road. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have a question for Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Hi, sir. I'm right here. Thank you for testimony. I guess I'm interested in moving forward from here. What would be something that you would suggest that would help you feel more comfortable with the plan? What is the process that you would like to see moving forward that would give you the information and the comfort to move forward on this?
Unfortunately, it does come down to money a lot of the times. And I believe it was ballot measure 10, which was a community center in Girdwood, was put on the ballot and was voted down this last year. When I went to vote, I could see exactly how many dollars I would invest. I'm a stakeholder. We are all stakeholders in this room. Every one of us is a stakeholder. We as stakeholders need to see how our investment is going to pay off. I know that may sound bad, but I want the community to get better. And part of the community getting better is seeing how much a homeless shelter, homeless program will cost. Because I have no problem with my tax dollars going to things that I value. Mm-hmm. And right now I value fire, I value police. I would value a homeless shelter, but this doesn't appear to be planned out.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, actually, I have another question for you from Mr. Weddleton.
Hi, Mr. Mulder. So do you live or own property in Girdwood?
No, I don't. I live on the hillside.
Okay. I just to highlight, because I represent South Anchorage or Girdwood, but that ballot measure for the building, the child care in Girdwood would only have been paid for by people who own property in Girdwood and no one else.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll go ahead and move to phone testimony again. Travis, could you try to get Marianne Crisselt on the line, please? Oh, you're going to call Stephen Nelson first again? Sure. Hi, Mr. Nelson. This is Asta Quinn Davidson with the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to provide testimony this evening?
I would.
Okay, great. Would that be on one or both ordinances?
Both.
Okay, please go ahead.
Do you know approximately what time this will be?
6 minutes for testimony, sir.
Oh, it's right now, sorry.
Oh, right now, actually. Can you give your testimony right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dropped again.
Oh, okay. Let's try them one more time, please. Hi, Mr. Nelson. This is the Anchorage Assembly again. Go ahead with your testimony.
My name is Steve Nelson, and I've lived in College Village for 10 years, and I'd like to testify on both, please. All of us, homeless or not, are pawns in the game of protecting special and private interests. CARES Act funding is intended for providing pandemic relief, not protecting and bailing out special interests. The ultimate beneficiaries are the owners of the aged hotels, Alaska Club, and their related parties. MOA is proposing to spend at least $17.4 million just for the acquisition. No analysis has been done that we are aware of to identify less costly alternatives, empty buildings, and retrofitting of these proposed properties. During the pandemic, hotels and health clubs will not be in high demand, so whose interest is MOA protecting? The interest of homeless residents of our community or the interest of the property owners and their related parties? The executives of nonprofits provided public testimonies that the expansion of homeless facilities, including the treatment facility, has been planned for years but lacked financing. Then COVID-19 pandemic happened, funds became available, and it was, quote, a blessing, end quote, allowing to restart these initiatives. We should remind the proponents that the CARES Act funds are intended to fight the pandemic, not ongoing community issues. The state allocated $156 million of COVID relief fund to MOA. So are we going to spend at least $17 million just to acquire the aged hotels? Executive Suite Hotel, 51 years, Golden Lion, 43 years, and the Health Club building, 42 years in service. How much asbestos is in these buildings? We are just in the beginning of this pandemic and have not yet to see the full economic fallout. So we need to spend COVID relief fund wisely and in accordance within the legal framework. It is wasteful to spend the funds without proper review. The Homeless Assistance Grant, Section HR 748-329 of CARES Act specifically states that the funds should be used for providing temporary emergency shelters, not acquiring permanent shelter facilities. U.S. Government Accountability Office, GAO, has requested citizens to monitor the spending of the record $2 trillion stimulus package that should be used for emergency assistance during the pandemic. GAO, if you suspect waste, abuse of stimulus funds, report your concerns through www.gao.gov/coronavirus. You can build a lot of brand new buildings for $22.5 million or purchase 400 manufactured homes. Why these properties? Why now? Why is there a lack of transparency and notice? Why no competitive bid process? Why sudden changes in zoning? Let's not purchase half a century old properties that need to be renovated and retrofitted for close to the purchase price. Furthermore, a public inquiry should be conducted to analyze MOA decision-making process to ensure public funds allocated to other programs have not been wasted. In December 2019, the owners of the Golden Lion Hotel requested the state to purchase the property since it will be impacted by MCR, Midtown Congestion Relief Project. The question to the Assembly, does MOA plan to invest public funds in a renovation of this facility just to see it in a few to sell it in a few years to the state. This is waste and mismanagement of public funds. This letter has been provided to the Assembly. The Assembly should vote down AO 2020-66 and AO 2020-58. You have a fiduciary duty to ensure that the public funds are spent wisely and in accordance with the CARES Act provisions. Please do not waste public time and money. Vote no. Listen to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Travis, could you please get Marianne Criselt on the line? Ms. Criselt? This is the Anchorage Assembly. Are you prepared to give testimony now? Okay, great. Will you be testifying on both or just one?
Both issues, please.
Okay, you'll have 6 minutes. I'm starting your timer.
I've lived in Alaska well over 50 years. I'm old and at risk, which is why I'm not there in person. I've worked since age 14, and because I did not want to be a burden in my old age, I worked until I was 75. Now I'm sitting on my butt. Those of you that are parents will understand when I say most homeless need tough love. I don't know all the answers, and I just have a few little suggestions and things that we should think about right here. For example, maybe those on the street should now be taken to some mental facility for a minimum of 3 to 6 months to be processed and properly evaluated. They should stay there day and night. Those that are mentally impaired should stay there, and the others taken to ANFs for full medical evaluation. They should stay there every night, and during the day, maybe they could do some community service, get some job training or counseling and education and such. I don't know, I'm just throwing things out here. Anyone collecting a dividend or money from other sources can forfeit that to help offset the cost of their care. During this 3 to 6 months, the government, state, and native corporations can donate some of their land to build one large facility. Should be in a rural location and be self-sufficient. For example, one area for each situation, drugs, alcohol, disability, staff and such, medical facilities, a gymnasium, food services, and so on. Outside should have campgrounds with a fire pit, picnic tables, and places to pitch a tent. In other words, like a self-sufficient village. Yeah, we might all need it sometime, you know. All of your social services and community agencies and nonprofits can now get on the stick and start contacting businesses and people worldwide, if necessary, to pitch in and donate. If they can't give cash, then supplies, lumber, food, linens, and such, whatever they can get. All right, so now you're saying, what about their rights? Well, boo-hoo. What about our rights? Think about it. Our rights are being trampled and ignored. All of this so we can placate a few small percentage of our citizens who want to do their own thing. But it's at our expense. I'd like to do my own thing. I'd like to not pay taxes on things I don't agree on. What if we all do our own thing? You want to buy 4 old buildings with CARES money. The state and municipality already have empty buildings we can use temporarily while we're building this other thing. Think about this for a minute. What happens if the virus gets worse, lingers on, or doesn't go away at all? What happens if China or someone else sends us another one? Now how many people are going to be homeless? Now how many people are being on the street? Okay. Goodbye private sector, goodbye businesses. All of them will be out of work. No one will be paying taxes. Please don't forget, the government cannot give something without taking it from somebody else. How many will be on the street and how many will be homeless then? All through no fault of their own. Who will be there to help? Will it be you? It won't be if you vote for these two misguided ordinances. Please think with your head as well as your heart. Don't ram this down our throats, whether we like it or not. Now, I know I've stepped on a lot of toes here tonight, but somebody had to be politically incorrect and speak out. Please vote no on both, and save the CARES money for when the snow falls and we really need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We can try Carolyn Keel next, please. Hello, Ms. Keel. This is Austin Quinn Davidson from the Anchorage Assembly. Are you able to give your testimony now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, will it be on one or both ordinances?
It will be on both.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Kyle. My family has lived in Anchorage since 1954. I live in this community and want to share my concerns in both 68 and 58. Which involve B3 zoning and the current buildings to be purchased by the municipality. The current plan by the mayor and the majority of the assembly is being fast-tracked with self-induced emergency measures. It lacks transparency and a proper process. Now the community has rallied. I have been to every testimony and often witnessed a dismissal and lack of respect for my neighbors that came in front of representatives to voice their concerns. I heard a lot of great testimony, great ideas, and a lot of wisdom put forth to address the mayor's concerns. Our communities have been negatively impacted by the mayor and the assembly's previous actions or lack of action for the last of 5 years. At the moment, all signs lead to this being rubber stamped by the majority of the assembly and the mayor. We, the community, want some accountability for the cause and effect of poor leadership, i.e. First Avenue, Beans Cafe, Red Roof Inn, temporary use of Bimboki, and Sullivan Arena have worked not effectively for our community. We want our mayor and assembly to follow the process of planning and zoning and transparency before you pick buildings to purchase. Simply said, we want our elected representatives to follow the same laws we must follow. Your hidden agenda demonstrates a failure of your fiduciary responsibility to all municipality residents and a blatant intent of careless negligence and dereliction of duty and the lack of process. I'm just overwhelmed. Did anyone look at safety when they contracted someone to look and to purchase and to think of rezoning, lease option to purchase these buildings? I challenge each of you to try to walk across the street at any of these busy traffic locations. It is nearly impossible. Has anyone thought of the risk and the liability to the municipality and the taxpayers if this moves forward? The safety of our businesses, owners, residential neighborhoods, schools, churches, parks will all be negatively impacted. The safety of the clients you are focused on helping are at risk because these locations are too close to liquor stores and do not provide and cannot provide the continuity of care, and the mental health or substance abuse treatment facilities that they need to be successful. Please look at other substance abuse facilities that have worked great in the lower 48. I will pick out Faith Farms in Florida. There are 3 locations. It was set up in a rural community, and the success rates are off the chart. And it's a minimum of 10-month commitment for substance abuse and drugs. What is the clinical data that you have to support and base the decision on that you have forged ahead? Is it not the goal to help the clientele that you are representing mainstream back into society and be contributors to the community? If so, why should they not abide by the current laws that are on the book? This is not a municipality issue, it's a state issue. And actually, it's a national issue. Why are you not working with the governor's office and other agencies that currently provide treatment and health care and services to this demographic? What outreach has the city made to the Native community, the state, the mental health authority, and other entities? I would, and I think many others, would like you to disclose before you vote an economic long-term study. Go through the process of planning and zoning. Why manipulate B3 zoning? This, to me, is a disingenuous act. It seems to allude to a power grab of property being used for whatever you want. Other issues, what about retrofitting these old buildings? Where's the budget? Where's the 5-year plan or 10-year plan? How are you going to run these facilities and properties?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we'll return to in-person testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Come on up, please, sir.
Good evening. My name is Peter Carpenter. I am an owner of a residential apartment complex here on East 45th, just a few hundred yards away from the Lhasa Club.
Are you testifying on both, sir?
Yes, I'm sorry, and I'm testifying on both of these items here tonight. A little bit of background. It would be really easy to come here and personally tell you that this affects me and I don't want it, and I don't want to deal with the issues that are definitely going to be coming. But a little bit of background so that it's a little more personal and not just insensitive. I have been a first responder in this community and the communities around here for almost 15 years. I have worked on the ambulance that has gone and picked these people up nightly after night that have been involved in car accidents, that have succumbed to death because of substance abuse. I have seen that on a very real level. I have also worked in the medevac industry where I've gone to all the villages around the state, more than most people can name. And I've medevaced these people down to Seattle and to Harborview, to the trauma center, and the different places that take the really critical sick people that are 30 years old and dying of liver disease because of alcoholism and different things. And I've taken care of these people a lot. So I have a lot of experience and knowledge of what the homeless community is like without being homeless myself. And I can tell you right now that the problem is not a place to go. The problem is the mental disease, the substance abuse, and the issues. And I know that some of the plan here is to create places not only for them to go, but a treatment facility, a long-term plan, and things like that, which I completely support. I think that's a great idea. The problem is, for one, here's one big issue I see, is that we have 4 different facilities, each 4 with a kind of a different purpose is the plan. And I've seen it stated that the goal is to use public transportation for these individuals to kind of promote themselves through these programs. It is completely ridiculous. They do not use public transportation effectively like that. They walk up and down the streets. Just today, less than 4 hours ago, coming down 5th Avenue in Gamble, there was 20 people standing there less than 2 blocks away from Brother Francis Shelter, throwing a basketball across the highway and stumbling around drunk. And at a green light intersection, we had to stop in traffic to let the stumbling individual cross the road. That's 2 blocks away from an existing facility that offers shelter and housing and places to be. It offers Beans Cafe where they have a place to go get food. They want these services, they need them, but they want what they want. They don't want to be sheltered in a place and go through a program. There are programs like that. There is a facility, and I don't know the name, I apologize, I should have done research, but it is on the other side of the airport, in the middle of nowhere. And it is an amazing facility. I have taken dozens of people there through medevac transports and facilities to help either take them into the facility or take them out. And it works because there's not a liquor store nearby. There's not other activities for them to go participate in. It is a dedicated place that they can go and focus on what they really need. The problem else I see, especially with, everyone's pointing out the fact that these are on major intersections, which in my mind is just completely ridiculous, in that you look like Midtown Walmart, right now the grassy knoll has at least 30 people on it every given day. Just 2 days ago, I drove past as APD is there pulling someone out of the road who is physically unable to stand up and wake up, and they had an ambulance show up to take them to the hospital. What is the expectation of the Seward Highway, Tudor and Old Seward? What are we going to do at those intersections and those facilities? How are you going to prevent that? Because my property is about 500 yards away from right there off of the Lake Tudor and the Lassa Club. And right now, without a homeless shelter right next to me, probably at least 5 or 6 times in the last year, the property I just bought a year and a half ago, I've had people standing on the side of my building, urinating on the side of it, and digging through my dumpster with my apartment complex that has families with young children. That's what I deal with now in Midtown without a homeless shelter next to me. So when we do put in a homeless shelter right there on a busy intersection, what are you guys going to do to stop that? Because it's already happening now. It's happening down by Beans Cafe just today. I mean, it's almost like we need to create a website and have a daily check-in of what the homeless are doing in Anchorage. And maybe people will be a little more open in seeing this. And so I go back to that the problem isn't they need a place to be. They don't need necessarily meals that they need to have to be improved. I mean, those things are great, and they do need them, but that's not the problem. The problem is we have to change what's been accepted. And I know we have mentioned about community council meetings happening and encouraging people to attend this, which is great. I haven't gone to any of them. I'll be fully honest and say this is the first time I've ever done this because I don't like public testimony and being in public and speaking. But I will tell you right now that, what this is just going to create issues. It's just going to create problems. And these people don't want to change. If they would, they wouldn't be living in the wintertime in a tent. They wouldn't be doing some of the things they do. And so I just don't see any expectation of that changing. And so to give a little bit of advice, because I know it's ridiculous to come here and just complain, I think some of the comments mentioned were there needs to be one facility. There needs to be a facility that has all 4 of these programs in it. And yeah, who do you upset by putting that in their backyard? Someone's going to be disappointed somewhere. There's no perfect solution. But I do agree that the community should vote on that. There should be buy-in. There should be some kind of determination of where that should be, and it should be a facility that is one and has a plan that's more long-term. And so, yes.
I actually have a question for Ms. Allard.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
So it's actually the Salvation Army that's located out there. They do have space.
The Salvation Army of the airport?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And then the other thing is, I just lost my thought. Sorry, I can't ask you the other question.
Yeah, and so I don't know how much space they have. I don't know what their bed count is and things, but I would say that is a phenomenal program. And I have personally been in and out of it at least a dozen times. And I have seen patients come out of it that were graduating essentially and recovering, and it's done really well. That's the type of facility we need. That's the type of facility that doesn't encourage them to go lay in front of Walmart on C Street in Midtown and have sexual intercourse. That's the kind of stuff that should be unacceptable, and I don't see how any plan prevents that from happening at any of these proposed locations.
Chair, can I do a follow-up?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I was actually told by a prominent nonprofit that wasn't a good enough facility.
Why?
They said that there is building issues.
Are there the same issues?
I will follow up, though, and we'll see.
I mean, are there the same issues with the 50-year-old hotel and abandoned buildings here. I mean, I'm sure there could be, but maybe $22 million could fix that. Just an idea. So,
Ms. Howard, did you have any follow-up? Okay, thank you, sir.
yes, thank you. Well, one last thing. Do I have a few more seconds?
Actually, your time has expired,
Okay.
sir. Thank you for coming. Looks like we have 3 testifiers testifying together.
The youngest at the age of 3 probably would just kind of yell in the microphone.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, my name's Elizabeth Kittle. I'm here on behalf of myself. I have a lot of family here. As a recently...
Ms. Kittle, will you be testifying to both?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Recently inherited small business owner as well as property owner of 1435 Denali Street. And we actually just sold that property, and we almost didn't sell it because when the Sullivan Arena was used by the homeless during COVID, the buyer said absolutely not, because the homeless did not stay in the Sullivan Arena. The homeless, I have family out of state, and they didn't believe it, so they had me drive around and video around the Denali Gamble area, and they were everywhere. So even though we had a giant facility where they were housed, I don't think the problem really is homelessness. I think it's either 20% about mental health and about 80% drugs and alcohol. And I have to admit, I have some family in that 80%, and they don't want a home. They don't want a home. They want people to give them free money. They want free handouts. They've been living off the government. My sister's taking control of their children through OCS because they don't want responsibility. They want people to give them things. So to me, this is kind of giving them something, and it's taking away from the responsible people who have small businesses. I didn't plan this very well, but I do know we have API and several facilities within our hospitals that help with drugs and alcohol and the detox. I would rather put $22 million towards something that could make that better and put people towards where they can get help instead of just spreading the problem out again and again and really not using the CARES money how it should be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Or one more in person, right?
Thanks for bringing those kids in. We don't see that too often.
We'll take one more person in person before we move to the phone. Welcome.
Good evening.
Can you please state your name and whether you'll be testifying on one or both, please?
Yes, of course. My name is Zoe Marudas, and I am testifying for both ordinances.
Thank you.
My family, we have Pizza Olympia and Bambino's Baby Food right in the heart of Spenard. And I would love to share, thank you. I would love to share our experience. We've had businesses in Spenard since 1984. We've seen the roller coaster of waves of how Spenard has matured and then also started to regress. And what I would like to share with you, I've actually, now my parents have the restaurant on the right side towards Northern Lights, and it's really odd and interesting. On the side of Benson, which is only the Buckaroo in between us, we have 2 very different experiences of what is happening in the location. So when I first opened Bambino's Baby Food, it was really discouraging that the folks that were around and hanging out, they were more gathered around that area, more so than where my parents' restaurant is. And the reaction of what was happening was also very different. It tended to be more aggressive, a little bit more challenging. My family, we've always fed and taken care of and considered our community as a whole with its ups and its downs. And what I noticed was when I first opened our shop is I was very unwelcomed by the community that were hanging out there. And it took time to show and notice the experience for the families that were out there, what their challenges were. And this is our spot, our corner. We've had this corner for a long time. Baby food doesn't belong here. But it took something a lot more than calling the police to make that cycle change and that fear of saying my business will not grow, my moms who have their little ones will not come into my shop. What changed is more of the extension into the community. And today, and over the weekend, I said, I heard about the different ordinances and what was happening. And I said, wait a minute, I want to hear, because many of the folks that are out there have been out there for years. And I wanted to hear from them also, what is it that they needed? Because many times someone can come and say, I make great baby food, but they don't know how to make baby food. So many times we need to reach out to the folks who need the help themselves. And one thing that it was is that they do not feel comfortable in the shelters that exist. They said they do not like being clustered and hoarded in one building. They cannot sleep. They're mixed in with families who have mental challenges, who have drug challenges, alcohol challenges, or want to have the opportunity of stepping up and making those movements. The same sense is that everybody's looking for a sense of belonging and security. And I think this sense of having 4 buildings separated across town confuses and increases the challenges of many people's unsafetyness, whether it is our personal homes, whether it is for their personal care as well, that we're mixing too many things in one pot without addressing the issue itself. The issue, I said, there's 4 questions that I asked them during the interview, and I can actually submit the voice audio to you all to hear their response. They said, we need to be far away from all the liquor stores. They do not want to be in closed, confined places. They want to call something their own. Most of them said it was a personal choice. So yet again, if you build the shelters, they will not come. But if it's somewhere that they can call home and work toward it, that was something that I heard majority of them say. They want to work for it. They want to feel that key, because they said most of them have P.O. boxes, and that's where most of their checks come and everything, and that P.O. box key that they protect very, very well. So something that they can, but they can work for it, because there's still a sense that there is a person in there as well. But at the same time, as taxpayers, we also have to protect our homes, our children, to make sure that it's safe for them, that they're not going to come across needles, they're not going to come across some feces or something or trash, or not to have that experience where it took almost 3 years for me in that tiny little corner over there to say, let's work together and address this issue. So in the sense of these ordinances, I think there needs to be a much better progress or development of this plan to address these needs. And one thing I actually asked all of them, I said, if there was a location that we can have everybody all hugged together, but still distance from each other, and it was Ship Creek. And they said, that place over there is large enough, and let's not forget, they can even do subsistence living there. So that's something to bring together, share with the community, protect every taxpayer, protect the families, protect the community that is out there, and let's address their issues, but ask them the questions as well. Thank you so very much, and let's keep going for something positive. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I have a question for you, ma'am, from Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to thank you for coming forward. That was great. We really appreciated the information. And if it's possible to share that the audio, that would be wonderful. I don't know how
Most definitely.
How we would do that. I do have just to make sure I understand. I think I got most of your points, but I didn't hear clearly in terms of where you stand on this ordinance today.
I oppose it.
You oppose it.
I
Okay.
do oppose it because I think it needs to be, there's a lot of financial investment in there, and it needs to be much well put together in order for it to be successful. And that's the point. If we do something, we want it to be successful. And it's not about helping or not helping. Your point is help with success.
Great.
So,
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Don't leave just yet. I have another question for you from Ms. Allard.
You said Ship Creek. Are you talking about sorry, I'm right here. Are you talking about the warehouse, the ODM building?
There is a lot of actually empty warehouses in Ship Creek area. So a lot of them, in fact, we had looked about for our expansion and things like that. So I think that's a very well-opened area. There is other shelters as well there. One thing that one of the gentlemen had mentioned, he goes, I really want to step up, But at the same time, what's available for me isn't giving me the opportunity to step up. I asked him about 9-Star, I asked him about all the different job creation opportunities, things like that, what it was, and he goes, I just need that opportunity where I can be. That was the other thing that they mentioned, is that every culture, for example, if they were Inupiaq, if they were Aleut, where they were from, they all tend to huddle together because it's a sense of community. So, and the other thing, to make something successful is we need to put that into consideration, is that they need to feel a sense of community in order to move on and support each other, because amongst their groups, they support and protect each other quite significantly.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Ms. Eller, did you have a follow-up? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Travis, we'll go ahead and move to phone testimony. If you can try to reach Ms. Lee, who was number 1 on the list again, that would be great. Hi, is this Ms. Lee? Yes, it is. Ms. Lee, you're on with the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to testify to one or both ordinances?
Both of them, thank you.
Okay, please go ahead.
I'm 87 years old, and on my 50th year as a resident of Anchorage, we raised 3 children here. And before moving to Anchorage, we lived on the West Coast and the East Coast, and a few places in between. I've spent countless hours over the years volunteering and working for various nonprofit organizations. And I'm on the phone because I've thought about these the proposed ordinances, and it's raised a myriad of questions in my mind. Supposedly, we have a nonpartisan municipal government, and the mayor and the assembly are elected to represent 290,000 residents here, not just 1,100 homeless. I wanted to stress this should not be a political issue. And I'm glad that the mayor and the assembly are willing to listen, that are open to discussion, and are considering the concerns of Anchorage residents, and will offer transparency and explanation of their decisions. The 1,100 homeless is less than 0.4% of our population. That number has remained flat since 2013. So how can that be a result of COVID-19? And how can it justify the use of CARES funding to partially pay for the purchase of the 4 buildings that are in question? There is a great deal of deserved sympathy for these unfortunate people, and I'm included, but I have questions. And one of them is, have you studied what programs have been tried and shown to have some success? Have you researched, taken a close look at, and studied those things that have failed? In order to succeed, we should learn from our mistakes so that we don't keep repeating them. And I'm sure you're aware of the approximately 67 nonprofit and government agencies devoted to this problem. Ask yourselves, why then do we still have 1,100 homeless out there? The big question is, are you seriously willing to invest taxpayers' money into programs that have no proven history of success? Well, you may say this is CARES money. Well, as far as I know, the federal government doesn't have any of its own, but what comes in one way or another from taxpayers. The city's already operating with an annual deficit in the hopes of what income there will be. And now are you planning to add to the debt to support an unknown And also, how is it that you can arbitrarily bypass the Zoning and Planning Commission? Can this be done every time there's a change in office? If that's the case, then why do we have the commission? Why not just willy-nilly go about doing things around the city? And isn't it premature making the 4 acquisitions before there are specific programs to deal with these problems? Isn't that called putting the cart before the horse? Is there a long-range plan to pay for the remodeling, maintenance, and staffing, et cetera, of these properties? Is there a program as a result of intensive research with good prospects of success, dealing with mental illness, alcohol and drug addiction, mental impairment of these unfortunate types who have, some of them, refused treatment in the past and in confinement? Or is it true that you have a plan for a facility like the Golden Lion that will be on the order of, say, a Betty Ford facility, that will be a campus that will be locked down, and people of their own free will, because they want help, will come. Of course, it would be free, which is understandable, and they could check themselves in and be responsible and involved in cleaning and maintenance and keeping their own bathrooms clean and laundry and so forth. And you mentioned using money from the sale of ML&P. Am I missing something here? Has that sale gone through and the money's in the bank? Why is it the thought of all that money is burning holes in your pockets? Why not invest it and use the earnings for... There's going to be other types of emergencies coming up in our future. To paraphrase Harold Hines, there's a strong chance of awakening a sleeping bear. Instead of solving the problems, you could be faced with unforeseen consequences. Now, I haven't covered a lot of the questions that have arisen because of the other 3 facilities you're talking about. Some of them are the same, some of them are different. And I know that there's a lot of concern about the homeless, and that's justified. But also there should be concern about what kind of an impact this has had on our lives and what you propose would continue to have on the other residents. And the last question I have is, where can I find answers? If you can give me an idea where it would obtain those answers that you have in order to make these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Could we now get Jennifer Anderson? Is it the same? I have you on the phone list, but I know you've testified in person before.
I have not, or not on this matter. I testified on the land.
There was the AWU issue. Perhaps that's it. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
I didn't know if I was going to be able to be here in person, so my apologies.
Are you testifying on both items?
My name is Jennifer Anderson. I'm here to testify on both items. And I apologize, I'm recovering from a traumatic brain injury, and I'm under tremendous stress right now, as I'm sure everybody who testifies is, so please be patient. All right, both items, please. $20,2058, you have stated, is going to be postponed indefinitely. However, when I look at 2020-58 and when I look at 2020-66 and carefully consider them and read the structure of them, read the zoning, and look at PLI and where it's stretched out, and when I look at the Coalition to End Homelessness and the stated plans that are out there, it appears to me that you need to make the changes to the B3 zoning in order to be successful in these other areas that you have indicated you wish to pursue in terms of spreading, in terms of decentralizing homeless services. I expect that you will rework that and come back to it. If you change B3 zoning, if you take away the planning and zoning review, if you waive many of these things, you are going to be pitting neighbor against neighbor in a very destructive, wicked fashion. And I'm strongly opposed to you almost deliberately inciting that sort of divisiveness in our community. I think that is a real failure of our government. And that is what I anticipate will happen when you circle back to that, as you inevitably must. We have these rules for very specific reasons. We all follow rules every day. My daughter has rules that she has to follow. She has consequences that she suffers when she does not follow the rules. Sometimes she winds up self-inflicting her own punishment. One does not play with a lighter. If one does play with a lighter, and natural consequences, you get burnt. This happened to my daughter recently. I don't see you following your own rules. I don't. I'm very disappointed. I expect a lot more from people who pursue our public trust in this fashion. You are in a tremendous position of trust. You have to follow the rules. You really do. You need to behave with honesty and grace and be of the utmost highest character. The way I found out about these two ordinances was through Must Read Alaska. That's not appropriate. It really isn't, and it's not acceptable, and I expect better from you. When a marijuana grow operation went in a couple of blocks away from my house, we received no less than 4 notifications and multiple opportunities to talk about it over the course of about a year. Similarly, when a road was pushed through near our home, we received many notifications and many opportunities to weigh in on the decision. Those were inconsequential compared to what we're proposing with ordinances like 2020-66, which I will point out also has the potential, amazingly it hasn't yet, but also has the potential to pit neighborhood against neighborhood. That's wrong. We shouldn't do that to each other. When I found out about these ordinances, it was about June 30th. I had a brainstorm, and I stayed up till about 2 in the morning, and I used Click-to-Mail, and I sent out 1,000 postcards to a half-mile radius of the Alaska Club. I live in Heather Meadows, about 1,500 feet from the Alaska Club, so that my neighbors would know what was going on. I should not have needed to do that. I should not have needed to do that. Those postcards hit the ground on July 7th. That same day, our neighbor across the street received a different flyer from a different neighbor who had received our postcard, and she had taken it upon herself to write up her own thing, and she distributed it across the neighborhood. She was amazing. Suddenly we had a grassroots effort, a real grassroots effort in Heather Meadows to try to make sure that everybody in Heather Meadows knew what was going on. We need a solution to help people who are suffering from alcoholism and drug addiction and mental illness, and as a consequence of those challenges, don't have a home. We need to help them. There's no doubt in my mind that we have a moral obligation to help them. I'm an adult child of 2 alcoholic parents. They both died of complications from their alcoholism. It is by the grace of God that they were not homeless and that we were not homeless. I have a sister, a few years older than me, who is a drug addict and an alcoholic, and she lies and she cheats and she steals, and it is a miracle that she is not currently homeless. She has been supported over the years by the grace of her family and by the patience of the people around her, and we all want her to get better. We have offered her numerous opportunities to go into various treatment centers in California at great expense. She won't take them. She's not ready. My 70-something-year-old mother fell down drunk and broke her arm and wound up hospitalized for about a month. Nearly her first act when she was out of the hospital and no longer under direct supervision was to go shoplift 2 bottles of wine. That was a very fast 6 minutes. I have so much more to say.
It zips by. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to move back to the phone since you technically were on the phone list. Oh, I'm so sorry, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Weddleton has a question for you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, Ms. Anderson, thanks for your efforts getting word out to your neighbors. You know, it's pretty clear
Mr.
that...
Weddleton, can you slow down your speech just a little bit so I can get my brain to catch up with you?
Okay, yeah, I want to thank you for your work getting information to your neighbors. I mean, it's very clear in all this that the expectations for our outreach didn't match what people expect. But I'd also like to say that, doing things like you and your neighbor did to contact neighbors is actually part of the public process. You know, I've done it for decades on a variety of issues, and it's something that I hope people will continue to engage with on any bit of information on their neighborhood. But I also want to make one point that I know has been very unclear, but on 2020-58, the only thing that would impact is the use of the old Alaska Club as a nighttime homeless shelter. And that's it. So it doesn't reach across to all 4 potential purchases.
It says that it affects B3 zoning, and B3 zoning goes across the width and breadth of Anchorage.
Right, yeah, I understand that. I just say in terms of
Mr. Weddleton, did you want to follow up?
No, I know that's been a confused point. I just wanted to clear it up one more time.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. So, Mr. Weddleton brought up the shelter that we're potentially looking at the Alaska Club. How far is that from where you live and the impact in your neighborhood that you believe could have,
So the Alaska Club is a really interesting building. Directly behind it is a neighborhood called Heather Meadows. Heather Meadows is approximately 30 acres. We have about 150 homes. The average assessed value of the homes is $300,000. And it will impact the city, not just the residents, because if it is true that there is an expected drop of 8 to 17% property value when one is next to a homeless shelter, the city will lose between $30,000 and $60,000 in revenue from our taxes. You ask how it affects us. I have neighbors here tonight who back up to the street that runs perpendicular to Tudor Road. There are 3 circles that back up to the road that is perpendicular to Tudor Road. All of those houses will be immediately and disastrously impacted. I don't know if it's common knowledge, but there have been a number of court cases across our country that the police have no responsibility to help the individual. And I'm not phrasing this correctly, and I apologize for that. What that means, if you draw that out, is that the city has no obligation to help us homeowners, to help us individually, to protect us from the criminal activity that one can associate and that I have directly experienced with family members that are drug addicts and alcoholics.
Thank you.
There is going to be criminal activity increasing in our neighborhood. That is undeniable.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that it, Ms. Allard? Okay, thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia has a question for you as well.
Hi.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. But before I ask my question, I just want to reinforce what Mr. Weddleton said. I have only been on the Assembly a little over a year, and I've never seen this kind of engagement on an issue, and I want to thank you for your work to bring people out and have them really engaged in this. It's amazing. It's amazing to see my neighbors across the city come out and be engaged. So thank you very much. My question actually goes to what you just said, and I want to make sure I understand that you're already experiencing criminal activity in your neighborhood and around you. Do you see this decision that we potentially may make as increasing that, and can you explain why?
Yes, sir, I do see this increasing the criminal activity in our neighborhood. I have followed very closely what has happened in my home county, Sonoma County in California. It's beautiful. It's filled with vineyards, really dedicated people who love their area, people who are compassionate and kind and care deeply about their homeless problem. A low the low end of housing in Sonoma County is $500,000 for a really crappy little house, okay? They have a huge homeless problem. I'm sorry, I'm already getting off track. I apologize. You were asking about criminal activity and why I think that's going to increase.
Yeah, and
Okay,
because I think a lot of the testimony has been that your neighbors have said quite a bit that they're
Yes.
already experiencing.
Okay, let me get
it.
back on track.
Yeah,
I apologize.
thanks.
Brain injury. So there are 8 acres of woods about 3 blocks from my house. They parallel the hotels that parallel C Street, A Street, that area. They're owned by, I think Widener Apartments manages, owns, there's like a subsidiary company, something like that. Those woods used to be very thickly treed, and when they were very thickly treed, there were many, many, many homeless camps in there. We reported them, as you do, as the city asks us to do, to no avail. Widener came in and they clear-cut the land, and for about 2 years there was no hiding your tents, and the homeless camps disappeared. When the woods are heavily populated with the homeless, and I hate using that term because there's so many causes behind homelessness, and it makes it sound like me and them, and it's not that at all. I don't know a better term. But when those woods are heavily populated with people who live in tents and presumably are using drugs, because you see the drug paraphernalia on the ground, and presumably over imbibing in alcohol, because when you try to speak to them, they're clearly intoxicated and there's a lot of alcohol bottles lying around. When those woods are heavily populated, we see a lot of crime. If you leave anything outside, it's stolen. Okay? You can't leave your cars unlocked. They're broken. They are gone through. We've had everything stolen from the outside of our house if we leave it out. Doesn't matter how nothing it is. Propane bottles, children's scooters, bicycles, shovels. Why would you steal a shovel? Who needs a shovel? Everything. If you leave it outside, it gets stolen. When the woods were clear cut, the camps went away because there was no shelter. The crime dried up. Now the woods are repopulating as the trees come back and as the underbrush comes back, and we're seeing it again. We have one gentleman who comes through our neighborhood at 2 a.m. every morning, as regular as clockwork, and tries all the handles and then goes back to the woods. We report the crime. If it's not reported, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. You need the data points. There's no expectation that anything will come of it, but if you don't document it, it didn't happen, and then how do you know where to place the police? Yeah. So that's what we're seeing now when we have maybe 10 or 15 people living in the woods near our house, and you can track them back. It's very clear where they're coming from. I also spent most of last summer riding the 25, bus 25 that goes from somewhere out on Muldoon up Tudor to City Hall and back again. There's a lot of people who appear to be homeless. I don't want to make judgments, but some of the classical things of, not having access to a shower, not having access to a washing machine. Some of them are fine. Some of them clearly needs a little bit of help.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, did you get your question answered?
I think you answered it, so thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I apologize for rambling on.
No, I appreciate the information. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Ms. Anderson.
I want a good solution, guys. I want a good solution. This is not a good solution.
Thank you for your
So do we.
testimony.
Thank you.
So we were in the middle of our phone testimony, but Jennifer appeared in person, which is fine. So let's finish the phone testimony by calling Mr. Ashlock, and then we'll go ahead and take our dinner break for 15 minutes. Thank you, Travis. Okay, we'll take our 15-minute dinner break, and we'll be back just after 7. Calling this meeting back to order. I'll take 3 in-person testimonies. Mr. Oliva, this is your chance to jump up there. And are you testifying on both, Mr. Oliva?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. You didn't say welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a 47-year resident of Anchorage, and my wife and daughters spoke eloquently before I did, and that's the reason I've been here. This is the longest wait to speak. It's been over 20 hours, and I gathered a lot of information, as did you. And I have a double conflict of interest tonight because, number one, I want to sell my land to the city, and I'll go through that with the letter of intent, the study that was part of the contingency, the recommendations of that study to buy the parcel, and then also the Fairview Community Council and all the data and parameters that had to be followed with the city purchasing the adjacent property to the Brother Francis shelter for multiple uses. I find it difficult to talk because no one has been affected by the decisions of this assembly, previous mayors, negatively to the point of financial ruin, spiritual ruin. The marriage, even though my wife supports me, she doesn't want to hear this issue morning, noon, and night, and never coming away with a feeling of trust that what you said going to happen, happened. Because the second conflict I had and have is the lawsuit pending. When I sued as the adjacent property owner and received $30,000 in compensation for the loss of my quiet enjoyment, economic interference, safety, and health, I took that $30,000 back to the assembly and I said, here it is. Get a security guard, get commercial garbage pickup, and get a medic. And go out and find those because that's what's going on. Anything on 058, flush that down the toilet. Or donate all the paperwork to Beans because they need toilet paper. That's not going to work. Don't tamper with that whatsoever because the conditional use that you grant will always have an exception. Soup kitchen, B3. First it's a soup kitchen, and they condition those people by feeding them in an alley like cats. You created that subculture, that hungry person, and you condition him through habit to have his hand out, and he'll never go away. And cats are one step up. They cover their poop. The people they're feeding there don't, and that's very dangerous. So my lawsuit at 2012 was 800 calls. 800 calls to the police and the overflow I got. In 2017, there was 10,000 calls. And we used the same theory that, look, you've expanded. You sent more people down there. You said you'd cap the population. You didn't. You doubled it. And then during an emergency, you sent another 100. Never talking to us and never following the conditional use of picking up the garbage. And I can quickly tell you the story. It still exists today. Those providers are not to be believed, and you gave them $200,000 at the last assembly meeting. It's a 30% slope on a truck route with no crosswalks. The shelter has become a hospice and a respite. A woman with no legs wheels herself up the 30% grade, gets to the top of the hill. What shows up but the bear eating the garbage that the clients from Brother Francis and Beans threw along the road. So I went to talk to Lisa Aquino in Rittenberg, the head of Catholic Social Services and the head of Brother Francis Shelter. You know what their answer was? The same answer all these people are going to get from these 4 facilities you're going to buy. As soon as that person leaves this facility, it's not in our control. This is not a prison. I said you had a legal responsibility. You created an environment of reckless endangerment, and you allowed a handicapped person, an elderly person, up that hill, and the bear came. If you don't have a legal responsibility, you have a moral one. You gave them $200,000 and thanked them for their service. That's elder abuse, and they lied to the neighbor. So don't do this. Don't tamper with that zoning. That's shameful. Well pointed out multiple times. And buying those buildings, little different thought process on the solution. You stuck Fairview. You stuck us with the Red Nose Inn. 200 training jobs a year in a low-income neighborhood with the highest unemployment, the highest minorities, and you gave us 46 chronic inebriates and took that property off the
Thank you,
tax
Mr.
rolls.
Oliva. Thank you for your testimony.
That's up?
I have a question for Ms. Allard.
Oh, I'm not worthy. Thank you.
So funny. Mr. Oliva, I have a question for you.
Sure.
So I'm learning much about you through my colleagues, and you are just as well-spoken as your wife and your daughter, so I just want to tell you that. But the other thing is, I don't know if everybody else in here knows, but you're speaking as if you have experience, and that you're almost saying, maybe I'm interpreting it wrong, but you're saying, don't you want the homeless out of your district?
Listen, it's not the homeless. The homeless, it's like going to hell. They created hell, but it was the providers. If I died and went to hell, I'd hope God would be merciful enough not to send me down there and I'd see a social service worker. The providers that are running those agencies are the same partners that are going to take over these other facilities. They failed tremendously. They failed the neighborhood. They failed the homeless. And bring the homeless down. You got a whole campus there with the MNL&P buildings. Don't take the $15 million. Negotiate with Chugiak, buy back the buildings, and the solution is like the Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada. It has to be a whole campus. And listen, as far as walking through the neighborhood, take out the sidewalks, bus them in, no pedestrians. It's a truck route. Keep them safe. You want excess campgrounds? These people want to camp? Buy out the campground that's down there. It's vacant. They made 400 calls to the police last year. This is a good time to buy the campground and go through with the purchase of my property. I will make that into Habitat for Humanity, a training center, a bike shop, a detailed shop. You can learn trades. You can basically self-sustain, just like, unfortunately, Bishop's Attic. They take out $300,000 a year profit in that poor neighborhood. Habitat, if they went down there, I'd give them all the auction surplus. They would get a place to donate things. They would sell it, and they could self-sustain their mission, Habitat for Humanity, houses, and it'll work.
Mr. Oliva,
Thank you.
I have another question from Ms. Salatel.
Hi, Ron.
Hey.
Thanks for coming. So let's just kind of get down to brass tacks a little bit here. I hear you, but what I hear, I hear that you don't like the current providers. I hear that you don't like the conditional use process. Give us something else. Give us a solution.
Well, let me tell you about first of all.
Briefly, like give me like a couple of things that we could look into that would work.
You had two parts.
Okay.
You said I didn't like the providers. Fire them. They haven't been successful. You didn't need a homeless coordinator making 196.7. You needed a colonel, a military colonel to run this military operation. What was your second question?
What else should we do then? What should we do differently, Ron? That's what I'm asking.
What you should do differently is think outside the box that it's a campus thing. It's not housing first. It's not that. You attack it from every angle you can, and it's a expanding bubble. You get the money, don't have the money, you treat drug abuse, you treat it all at once. She was on a narrow mission with blinders and never considered the neighborhoods. But there are solutions, Meg, and it's not the Golden Lion, for sure. It's not the Alaska Club, for sure, because you're going to smuck them. In 40 years, they never solved the crosswalk. There are no crosswalks.
I gotcha.
You got that?
I get you.
So that kind of leadership, why would you retain it and pay them more money?
Mr. Oliva, I have one more question for you from Ms. Allard.
Ron, I'm right here. Have you heard of the VA domiciliary? Veterans Administration domiciliary.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
So when you're saying like a campus, the domiciliary does that for our veterans. We have healthcare, counselors, therapy, rehabilitation, voc rehab. So they get all the care, food, cafeteria, busing to and from the VA if they need it. We actually have that entire system. I would like to talk to you about that.
Well, good. I'm open to it. I'm open to passing the baton at the area down there because unfortunately it was delegated for social services. You got the methadone clinic. They always said all the services are there. No. What we want is good management. We want good management, and you wouldn't have the trash. You wouldn't have the issues when they say to a legless homeless woman, you're on your own once you get out the doors. That's shameful.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oliva. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. You had a rough run. That was a hard 20 hours.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome. If you'll state your name and whether you'll be testifying on both.
Marcus Reed, and I am testifying to both. I was inspired by a colleague of mine, Eric Connick. He was here last week giving fiery, passionate respite here, and I have some prepared words and some other words. I've been listening to all this testimony, and we haven't been addressing the actual money side of this. Thank you for letting me speak on these proposals. If I get fired up, I tend to use sentence enhancers, so I apologize in advance. I want to start out by saying the municipality of Anchorage has a homeless problem, and it's had one for decades. This is not new. This is not all of a sudden a COVID-19 problem. So attaching it to the CARES Act is haphazard at best. Lack of basic municipal ordinance enforcement has exacerbated the problem over these past few years. And we've almost doubled the police force over that same time frame. So I'd have to ask, yes, sir. I've seen the statistics in the ADN. You know, shake your head all you want. I've seen the statistics. The ADN does it all the time. So these are not the old days of Floyd waving to you on the side of Minnesota and Northern Lights. This isn't homeless Bill on K-Well doing random interviews and telling you how he wants to be drunk and he wants to be homeless. These current homeless folks, for the most part, they're rude, they're brazen, and they're stealing from our retailers without any form of consequences. Try to call the police. They aren't coming. I spent some time at a retailer and they have given up. They let them walk out the door. They don't even try. It is ridiculous. We have ordinances to take care of this. When you find a pile of propane tanks at these homeless camps, do you think they actually bought them? They're stolen, whether it's from a retailer or from somebody's house. It's ridiculous. So let's circle back to COVID. The CARES Act money is designed for a safety net for the people impacted by the virus. People are having trouble paying their bills, struggling to pay rent, people who are in danger at some point in the future of becoming homeless. If these proposals pass and they do become homeless, at least you've bought them a place to stay. Now that's being proactive. So back to the homeless. Now we can all agree that people with mental health issues and addictions have health care concerns. So I'm going to address another elephant in the room by sharing some other reported facts. The Anchorage Daily News just a few days ago stated that up to 60% of our homeless population are Native Alaskans. 60%. They're all shareholders of an Alaska Native corporation. And they have access to free health care at the Alaska Native Medical Center on Toutle Road. Why isn't the consortium building a state-of-the-art facility to help these 60%? Why is this being exported to this community? Read any of these corporations' mission statements, and their primary objective is to take care of the indigenous people of our great state. Now, I've left out the name of this particular corporation, but this is the mission statement. So our mission is to promote the economic and social well-being and Alaska Native heritage of our shareholders, now and into the future, through the prudent stewardship of the company's resources, while furthering self-sufficiency among our shareholders and our families. Now that sounds awesome. So why aren't they helping them? Why are they on our streets right now? Because there's a bigger issue. We've made it too easy to be homeless in this city. Since this includes the sleeping on the streets of the municipality, 60% of the problem could be solved if they simply stuck to these stated missions and stepped up to the plate. But I digress. That's just the elephant in the room. So I will repeat it again. This is not a COVID problem. Opening the Sullivan Arena, Ben Boeke, Dempsey Anderson, they all prove that. Because I, like many others, saw a zero reduction in the homeless population in the parks, the right-of-ways, or the sides of our roads while these facilities were open during this virus. Did anybody see a reduction? Raise a hand. Anybody? Nobody. So that didn't work. And when you folks voted for abatement, what happened? Well, we started cleaning up some of these homeless camps, and then we shut them down. So we didn't have to do abatement anymore. So purchasing these buildings without a plan to enforce municipal ordinance to get the people off the streets will just result in more unused real estate in the city inventory. Because if you build it, they won't come. We just proved it. And what happens
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Allard has a question.
Do you live in Anchorage?
Yes.
Have the homeless impacted? Why are you looking at me? Have the homeless impacted your actual home and your home environment?
These facilities will have zero impact on my home. I live completely out of these areas. It does impact where I work, because I work at Anchorage Chrysler downtown. We have had to hire 24-hour security to keep people from hopping into vehicles and sleeping in them. Because once they don't have a bed just down the road, they're looking for a place to sleep.
So you know Eric from Kia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Ms. Howard. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Thanks. I have two questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
One is, it's clear that you're not in favor of these two. Do you have? But it's also clear that you see that there's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have something that you can share with us that you think would work?
Well, here's the problem that you run into, and I have direct. My wife is a recovering alcoholic. Okay, so she's 7 years sober. So I know I've been involved with that particular community. And the one thing that happens with those folks is when you hit your bottom, and everybody has a different bottom, that's when you seek help. They don't go and seek help. You can't force them to seek help. It doesn't work. I've seen it hundreds of times over the years now. And unfortunately, the situation in this city is we have, in front of Walmart is probably the worst case scenario. I mean, it's this line of traffic of inebriates and people passed out constantly. I mean, is this what we have to offer these folks? There's a better way. And the better way is we need to make it not easy to do that. And we do have ordinances to enforce that. And I don't know what the police department's doing in regard to that, because we know if we give them a ticket, they're not going to pay it. We know that. Incarcerating them doesn't fix the problem. So where do we take them? And entertaining the option of a campus so they can get the help in a campus setting makes sense, because 4 different places across the city, that doesn't make sense.
Great. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yep. You betcha.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
Sir, when you get to the mic, please share your name and whether you're testifying on one ordinance or both.
Yeah, my name is Sean Ryan, and I'm testifying on both ordinances.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm a member of the Houseless Resource Advocacy Council, and HRAC has no firm consensus on this issue, so I don't wish to represent them. But I'm also a former volunteer at BFS and Beans, and so I've seen firsthand what goes on down there. And I think our current approach to housing people is failed, and the current stance of concentrating them in one part of town has also failed. Right now, what we're doing is we're enticing people to the corner of 3rd and Carlock. We're collecting data on them, and then those agencies down there are just trying to keep them there isolated from services so that they have the warm bodies necessary to generate the data necessary to go after the next contract or donation or grant. From the corner of 3rd and Carlock, most of the useful services for someone who wants to get back on their feet are in Midtown or Mountain View or UMed. If they have no transportation, that's an hour walk to any of those places. And it's complicated by the fact that we have congregate sleeping areas, which means that anyone who is trying to improve their life is dragged down to the level of someone who isn't trying to improve their life. So I appreciate these ordinances, that it has forced a discussion on what to do, but I have grave doubts of whether these ordinances are the solution. So I've been engaged with the process to the point where I've been aware for over a year now of the concept of engagement centers through the efforts of the Midtown business people, and my understanding is not where you have 400 people gathered in a location where you have maybe half dozen or fewer case managers, and some people see case managers every single day, while the vast majority of them don't ever see case managers at all except for a coordinated entry assessment. My understanding is that the concept of an engagement center is where people walk in the door and someone's sitting down and talking to them, and it's like, hey, what's your story? How did you get into this situation, and what can we do to help get you out of this situation? And there's several members of the Midtown business community who are already doing this on their own. I question whether the way the RFP process will be crafted, if this passes, and how engaged people in the community will be in that process, whether you just have the same old providers taking the same old approach in a different facility. You know, I also have questions in that I have been to Midtown Community Council meetings, and Mr. Rivera and Ms. Alatel can attest to that, but I understand they met last month, and they asked for these ordinances to be thoroughly vetted, and I haven't seen any evidence that's happened, perhaps to their satisfaction. Also, I'm someone who's in recovery. June 29th makes 5.5 years sober. Not everyone needs intensive inpatient substance abuse treatment, but there are people who do need resources, and those resources have fallen by the wayside due to this pandemic. There are small programs all across town that have produced results, and because of the pandemic and situations that have occurred, some of them are struggling to exist right now, some of them are in the process of closing. In my case, I have to go out to the dry dock meeting for meetings, even though Diamond Boulevard, there's very little else in my daily life that goes on down at Diamond Boulevard. Most of it is in the downtown area or in East Anchorage. So it's been difficult for me. My support network was pretty much cut out from under me due to the pandemic, and I've been told that I should be willing to accept inferior substitutes, and you know, I've had to work hard to build back a support network. So you know, there are needs out there for substance abuse treatment, but you know, there's people in the community that through HURAC and other places we've been talking about, okay, how can we solve these problems that does not involve an exorbitant cost, does not involve elements of force or control, and some people are even approaching me and saying, okay, how can we do this without government even being involved at all? And so there are those discussions going on out there, and you know, I certainly have a problem with some aspects of Ordinance 66, because I've been aware for quite some time that the Golden Lion is in the path of sewer highway improvements. In the case of Beans, there's a few people talking about environmental remediation issues with the MLMP campus that could potentially sink the sail to Chugach, and I would think the Beans building right next door to that would be affected by that. So, in a sense, it kind of just smacks as a bailout for somebody. I'm not sure about these specific properties. You know, Ron Aleva had an excellent idea, and this is something that many people have been talking about already. Between the ANS site and the MLMP campus, you have approximately 40 acres there, and with just his property in the middle, you know, have a real campus. Bring in as many people as are willing to be providers as possible, and not just limit it right now to one specific provider, because that's been the problem. You even have that problem right now at the Sullivan Arena. You're spending $750,000 a month, last I heard, and they're just trying to shoehorn people into specific services, specific resources, and they don't have those services and resources available for everybody there. And it's just the exact same thing that's been going on at Brother Francis for years, and as far as I know, is costing a whole lot more to boot. So I hope there is a dialogue on what we can do. That, you know, but I just don't see these specific ordinances as being that. I mean, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have a question from Ms. Allard.
So I've been listening to testimony. I'm new on the block, kind of like a few other folks, but what I've learned is if you keep the homeless homeless, you make money.
Yeah, exactly.
So my question to you is, when I was listening, you said something about contracts. So it sounds like to me people are profiting off the backs of the homeless. As long as they're homeless, they can keep making their living at whatever income they're doing. How do you know about contracts, though?
Well, before you were on the Assembly, roughly about a year ago, the court case Boise v. Martin was used as an excuse to give the Brother Francis shelter money, and at that time they were operating day services. They were operating their own day shelter, and it started out as a one-year demonstration project, and they kept it going for 2 additional years on their own dime because it worked to a certain extent. And then I seem to recall last spring, Lisa Aquino was being quoted by the media as saying, we'll do okay, it's just our partner agencies we're worried about. And then come July, she was involved with Save Our State, and all of a sudden her tone changed. It was like, no, we're facing dire consequences. We're going to have to limit the capacity of the shelter to 100 people, which this March they did anyway. And, people aren't connecting the dots as far as that goes, but they got money last year, and they got money here just last week. And, so it's, obviously these people are very adept at gaming the system as far as that goes.
Do you have any follow-ups, Ms. Allard? Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony,
You're
sir.
welcome.
Okay, we'll move back to phone testimony. Can you please give Rachel Colvert a call? I'm present. Oh, okay, Rachel. Will you be testifying to both?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
My name is Rachel Colvard. I've lived in Anchorage for 20 years. This is the longest I've lived anywhere. This is only the third time I've ever come in here. The first time was about a budget. Last time was about the chickens. But I've been here for the last 5 nights. And man, Anchorage, we can do better. This is not good. In 20 years, I finished a bachelor's. It took me 7 years to do it because I inserted some programs in the middle of that. During those 7 years, I spent 3 years as a USUAA senator. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got was from Bruce Schultz. He was the dean of students at the time. I think he's moved on up in the organization. But we were in the habit of suspending the rules. We suspend the rules, we move around in the agenda, we do what we want, and then we go back and we address the items, how we felt like. And he cautioned us not to do that, because if we didn't have to follow the rules, then all them other 13,000 students didn't have to follow them either. We play that out here. If you don't follow these rules that you've instituted, then how come 300,000 other people have to follow any rule that comes out of here? Seriously. Now, you say you're going to kill it, table it indefinitely. Don't get in this habit. Don't get in this habit of running around and doing the things that you want to do in the manner you want to do them. Follow the process. I didn't like it either, but it was there for a reason. And things will just be better if you do all around. That's the social contract we make with each other. We're going to have these rules and we're going to follow these rules, and they're the rules because they're the rules for everybody. That's 58. 66. So 3 o'clock this afternoon, the mayor comes out, says we're going to shut down a little bit more what we're doing for the COVID. If we're going to spend the COVID money on 4 buildings that haven't followed a due process, what is left for our rainy day of all these other shutdowns? There's follow-on consequences. I know you guys know this, but there's follow-on consequences for all these things that you're saying. So we shut down, which is prudent. Okay. I don't really care for this because one of the other things I've done so far here is I spent 5 years as a carpenter, and so my hearing's starting to go. And so if I don't see your face, I didn't really realize it until this thing started, I'm really looking at your lips. And if I can't see that, I can't really hear you. Okay, so I do this one. It's clear. I can breathe a little bit better, and people can understand me, and I can understand them. It works for me. But if we're going to make these changes, because COVID is a thing, it's a real thing, nobody's disputing that. Maybe we argue about how we go about that, but it's a thing. So we have these things that we're doing. We're going to shut down. We're going to go back to this reduced capacity. Okay. What about all the shops that can't operate on that kind of a budget? What are they going to do? They're going to reduce their staff. Those people can't pay their bills. They can't find childcare. They're not having the income. If you're really worried about reducing homelessness, maybe you have safety nets. And I read your plan, the Anchored Home Plan. I read you know what? If I'm going to come up here and speak, I should look at it. So I did. So I saw that there's an outline. You have an outline. It's like a 34-page outline. It's a good start. It is a good start. You need to flesh it out. So in the fact that I read, you say you have about 2,000 organizations. Well, we have about 2,000 homeless. That's an entire organization per homeless person. Are you serious? That with an entire organization, you can't support one person reasonably. And if that number is not accurate, where's your source citing? Like 5th graders can cite their sources better than that. If you have 2,000 organizations and you have 2,300 homeless-ish, okay, because things change. What? Process. I keep coming back to process. So 66 is a bailout sweetheart deal for somebody. You need to do an RFP for real. You've had so much good testimony. Anchorage is amazing. You guys rock. We produce Olympians. We produce astronauts. We attract people that want to come here with Harvard degrees. This place rocks. It really does. We can do so much better. And I want to end on thank you, because I have a 5 a.m. get up. I have a 7 a.m. start to my day. Last 2 weeks have been a little brutal. So I want to thank you for your stamina and listening to us. And I'm hoping you hear us. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Ms. Allard.
Did you ever serve your country?
I'm a former Marine.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll return to phone testimony and attempt to get Ryan Webb on the line, please. No problem. Thank you, Travis. Not working? Okay, we'll move to the next one, which is Mr. Cole Talbot. Hello, Mr. Talbot? Hi, this is the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to testify on both ordinances or just one?
I would like to testify on both.
Okay.
Just a second, let me pull up my testimony.
Great. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Talbot, go ahead.
Just 1 second, let me pull this up. All right. As a lifelong resident of Anchorage, I am in support of the Muni's proposal to acquire property to provide additional shelter and services in Anchorage. To know that there are members of our community who are suffering and are not receiving the services needed to be happy, healthy, vibrant human beings is unacceptable when there are opportunities and funding available to support these services. As someone who has experienced mental illness in my teens and 20s while living in Anchorage and has also had socioeconomic privilege, I know that even with my socioeconomic privileges, it has been difficult for me to find mental health services in this community. In times when I have been at my lowest, having basic needs taken care of such as shelter, food, and someone to talk to and support me in getting my feet back under me has been essential towards recovery from depression. It was with the help of these basic services that I have been able to step my way back into giving back to my community as a youth social worker. And working with and talking to many young people in Anchorage who experience chronic homelessness, I see that my experience of having difficulty finding resources in this community when things fall apart is the norm rather than the exception. Seeing also that the visible homeless population has increased dramatically since I was younger, we need to address homelessness and substance abuse now in our community. Mental health issues will not go away anytime soon, and the more resources we invest in providing compassionate services to those who are suffering in our community, the less we will have to invest in the future in trying to clean up the failures of not providing these basic services. I want to thank the Assembly for considering my testimony and investing in a more compassionate, healthy future for the Anchorage community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now return to in-person testimony. Ma'am, come on. Come on down.
Hi, good evening. I haven't heard that since The Price is Right. I was like, okay, I'm coming. I really wasn't going to speak tonight.
Are you speaking on both ordinances? And can you state your name for
Yes,
the
my name
record?
is Shawnee, green like the color.
Thanks. I threw you off with the
That's
Price
okay.
is Right.
That's
Go
okay.
ahead.
I have nothing prepared. I speak from the heart. I've lived here for 23 years. I work downtown and I live in Midtown. I am afraid to get out of the car by myself at work. I'm afraid to go to the supermarket by myself. And quite frankly, a little bit afraid at home to walk by myself. But that's okay. After listening tonight, as well as the entire week, I have no idea what my kids have had for dinner. I'm like, figure it out. I've been really inspired. I think we have an amazing city, and I tell I'm from New York City originally, and all my friends could not believe that I moved to Anchorage. And I always talk about how wonderful the city is, and I believe that. I really believe that. And I think if you're for this or against it, it has nothing to do with the homeless problem, because we're all for helping the homeless. That's obvious with everybody's testimony. I just think we want to figure out the best way to do it. And I think Mr. Dunbar, Ms. Kennedy, I think it's Ms. Kennedy, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Rivera, Ms. Jones, Ms. Quinn Davidson, Ms. LaFrance, you did great last night, by the way, Mr. Constant, Ms. Allard, Mr. Perez Verdia, and Ms. Zalatel, and all of the other people. I think you have an amazing opportunity in front of you. Nobody expected all this opposition, but it's here. So obviously, something's going on, and we need to figure it out all together. I think we're all in this together, and you guys have such a great opportunity to really, the entire Anchorage is watching this tonight, and they have been. I don't know what we're going to watch when this is over. And I think this is an amazing opportunity to really come together, and let's figure this out together, whatever it is. I know some of us agree on certain things, some of us don't, and on social media, and I'm at fault too. We get riled up and we say things and then we regret it afterwards, and I apologize if I've said anything to offend anyone, but it's because we all care. And because we all care, let's do this together. And when you vote the way the people have spoken. And tonight, besides the last person behind me, everyone has been opposed. And again, not opposed to helping the homeless, but let's do it in a way where I'm not afraid to go to the supermarket by myself. Though I do like going with my husband because he's quite helpful. So, but I mean, let's do something and let's do it together and just vote how the people really want. And that's really all I have to say. And I thank you in advance for doing the right thing, because I believe in the good in people. I always have. And I do believe you will do the right thing tonight. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Ms. Ellard has a question for you.
Shawnee, are you?
Hi.
I didn't hear this part. Are you opposed or for?
I'm opposed.
Okay.
Not opposed to helping homeless, opposed to doing it this way.
Thank you.
But I'm all for helping the homeless. I want to feel safe again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If folks can line up a little closer, then we'll be able to transition more quickly. Welcome. Please state your name and whether you'll be testifying on one or both.
My name is Raymond Foss. I'm testifying on both of them.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm a retired Navy veteran. Been retired for 25 years. I have deployed all over the world. I've been in 46 different countries. I've seen homeless all over the world. I'm also a recovering alcoholic of 23 years. For me, to stop drinking is you have to have the will to stop. If you're forced to do it, you will not stop. You will go through recovery, you get out, you'll be drunk again. I live in Helen Meadows, and my back door, I can see the Alaska Club from my back door. And it's approximately 1,000 feet from there. In the past, when I moved up here 10 years ago, it took me 5 years to find a place to live in Anchorage, and we picked this place because it was a nice neighborhood. It was a calm neighborhood. The crime rate was very low. Since we've been there, there's been some crime. When they removed the trees from the area at the other side of our property, the crime rate went down because the homeless disappeared. Basically, if you go through it to 66, there's approximately 6 to 8 hotels in that area. All the visitors that comes up to Alaska is they're going to see the homeless, and that's all they're going to talk about, the homeless people. And I'm afraid that the state of Alaska actually strives on the tourism here in the state. And when that goes away, the economy of the state is going to go down. One of the things, about a year ago, we had a break-in that broke into all of our vehicles and stuff. I called the police department. Their response time was 35 minutes to get to my house to take a report. And they're like, well, we have other cases that we're dealing with. But we had the color of the vehicle, we had the 2 occupants, and it still took them 35 minutes. The people left. And if the homeless comes in there, what is going to be the response time or the police? Is the police going to patrol it all the time, or are they just going to well, it's just a homeless guy, we won't bother it? What will be the response time? That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Hi there, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Lorraine O'Neill, and I'll be testifying on both.
Okay, thank you, Lorraine.
First, I'd like to just thank the Assembly for your service. It's been a long week, but I know you work all the time on very difficult issues, and I appreciate that your goal is to make Anchorage a better place for all of us, and you want that, or you wouldn't be serving. And even though I am opposed to both ordinances, we have the same goal. We want Anchorage to be a better place to live for everybody. I was born here, and I love this city. I love it, and I want it to remain beautiful and safe. And so we're on the same page there. I've been really impressed all week with the experts that have come forward. It's been astounding to see the range of experts that love our city with us, that want what's best for Anchorage, and want to offer their expertise to help the Assembly to do a better job at making decisions on this really huge amount of money and a critical decision on what we can do for this big problem, which everybody knows is a big problem. I've been impressed with how willing people have been to offer their services and help to talk and offer resources. And part of the frustration, I think, for the people that have given testimony is it an exercise in frustration? Will we spend all these hours and all this time and have no response? I don't know. I mean, we're told this is a process, then there's a discussion, then there's a decision, and we want to believe that, even though we're fearful about trusting. And I don't know how things work with the emergency order and the mayor having special powers. Can he just override, even if by some miracle the Assembly's decided, no, we'll put the brakes on and we won't do it? Can the mayor just do it anyway? I don't know. I don't know how things work. But hundreds of reasons have been presented. And I hope and pray that you'll say no and start looking at some of these options that are presented to you. I do have a few questions that haven't seemed to come up yet. They kind of get lost with everyone's excitement over the Golden Lion and the Alaska Club, but I have no idea why Beans being purchased is on the list. That's baffling to me. If we want the homeless service out of downtown, why would we buy that building? Why would the Muni buy it? It doesn't make any sense at all. Beans on their website say that they're a nonprofit that began feeding the hungry in 1979. And if the city buys Beans, are they going to be the service provider instead of that nonprofit? Or is the city just going into social services? It seems like it. They have a $2.5 million budget for doing what they do. So is that going to be absorbed by the Muni? I don't understand that. Why would the Muni want to buy a social service nonprofit? Are we going to do it better than them and be more efficient at use of funds? I mean, they say that their support comes from donations and grants. But where will the Muni's money come from besides taxpayers? And I don't know why Sullivan Arena and Ben Boeke are not good options for winter for the emergency. Ben Boeke didn't have customers, and that's why it was closed. They didn't have enough people who wanted to stay inside and follow a few rules. They felt camping with 0 rules was preferred to a warehouse shelter with free food and beds. But cold weather is an incentive. So when the numbers go up, reopen Ben Boeke, because it will be ready far before that hotel is ready for occupancy on 36th Avenue. This week, the testimony that's been in favor of the plan has mostly been friends and family of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. I noticed lots of friends and family and employees calling in, and they were even recruiting through Facebook for people to come say something positive about this plan that nobody likes. I think they were part of coming up with the plan or helping you establish it. I don't know. But it seemed very obvious. And then I looked at Alaska, or the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, and I saw that the directors are the head of Beans, the head of Brother Francis, and a lot of other people. Rasmussen's on the list, but that just seems odd to me because they're getting tons of money from the Muni. I mean, tons of money. We need $600,000. We can't do our job. And so a provider who hasn't been able to do what they set out to do, which was care for the homeless, and they haven't been able to do it in a reasonable way where their neighbors haven't been terrorized over past years, why would we let all of that group make the decisions about the future? Was that my time up?
That was your time. Thank you
Okay.
for your testimony. I do have a question from Ms. Allard.
Hi, Lorraine. So I have a question. 2. 1, can you just tell us your quick background?
Okay. I grew up in Anchorage, worked at First National Bank for 30 years, been retired and just do volunteer work, and I'm on the board at the Downtown Hope Center.
A successful center at that. And then my second question is, what's your PIN say?
It says Save Anchorage. Somebody handed it out last night, and I'm up for it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now move to phone testimony. Travis, can you try Ryan Webb, please? Hi, Mr. Webb. This is the Anchorage Assembly. Will you be testifying on both items or just one?
To both items, please.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Webb. I'm a resident of Anchorage and a physician working to take care of adults hospitalized in inpatient facilities in our community. I see the human cost of homelessness every day at work. I see men and women who need help and are desperately looking for it. Together with my nursing colleagues, I can provide medicine and care for these individuals when they're hospitalized, but I have little treatment to offer for the root cause of so many of their medical issues, which is their homelessness itself. Taking a complicated regimen of asthma inhalers, keeping a wound clean and bandaged, and measuring blood glucoses and adjusting insulin are all complex medical plans that are challenging for any patient to follow outside of the hospital under the best of circumstances. Doing so when one doesn't have safe shelter and access to treatment for mental health and substance use disorders is nearly impossible. I'm encouraged to see the Assembly taking steps to try and address these root causes, and I urge all members to vote in favor of the ordinances. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Webb. Travis, could you please call Patrick McConaughey? Hello, Mr. McConaughey. This is the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to share your testimony with us this evening?
I testified in person tonight already.
Thank you so much for letting us know. Have a good evening. Next, we'll call Catherine Jernstrom. Good evening, Catherine. This is Austin from the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to share your testimony with us this evening?
Austin, yes, I would. Thanks.
Would it be on both ordinances or just one?
Just one's fine. Doesn't matter. I'll be short.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to call in tonight. I'm calling in support of the municipality's relevant property purchases and ultimately the increase in homeless services. I'm a resident of Anchorage and a small business owner, investor, and entrepreneur. The business community in Anchorage has continued to show itself to be resilient and committed to the future of the city. In turn, I believe the city should be doing everything within its power to foster a healthy community and a vibrant economy, all of course while trying not to get in the way too much. Taxpayer dollars and all of the CARES money should be invested in safety, education, trails, parks and public spaces, and relevant to this testimony, services for those in need. These investments will all contribute to a healthy and vibrant community, and we all know that healthy and vibrant communities attract and retain the best and brightest people. This human capital is the most valuable asset to the business community, and we have to continue to invest. While this ordinance is not all-encompassing, it is evidence-based action in the right direction. How much more time should we waste while we allow perfect to be the enemy of the good? I'm encouraged to see the Assembly working to address this long-standing problem of homelessness in Anchorage, and I urge all Assembly members to vote in favor of this healthier future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jernstrom. We'll now return to in-person testimony. Mr. Landfield.
Hello, Jeff Landfield. I'll be testifying on both. I've been watching the I've been watching the public testimony over the last week, and I decided I wanted to testify as well. I don't keep quiet very often. So what I wanted to say is, I think it's pretty clear here that the public is pretty upset, and as somebody that covers these issues and pays attention, I just first heard about this a month ago, so I can fully understand why a lot of people in the public are upset when they just heard about this maybe a week ago and they don't understand what's going on. I fully believe we need increased access to mental health facilities, drug rehabilitation, alcohol rehabilitation, and housing. I want to talk a little bit about a video I made last year with a friend on this issue and how much I learned while making the video and on homelessness and kind of spending time in some of these homeless camps. Like I said, there's definitely a mental health element, there's a drug and alcohol addiction element, and there's a housing element. But there's also a criminal element, which I don't feel it has been as touched on as much as it could be or should be. A lot of these camps, and I'm sure most of you have been in the camps and seen them, and I didn't know this before. I've lived in Alaska in Anchorage since 2004, and I've seen the growing homeless problem at least more visible. But I've never spent time in those camps and gone and actually seen what happens. And I was pretty amazed, the ones on Campbell Creek and Chester Creek, networks of camps, a lot of folks living there, and surprisingly very nice and very talkative, and many of them told us they were choosing to live there. Some of them had problems, they had mental health issues, they had alcohol addiction. But it was astounding to me the sheer number of bicycle parts, hundreds of tires, frames, tools, propane tanks, weapons, and I had never seen that before. So while I think all these problems need to be addressed, and I support increased access and the ability for folks to get mental health treatment and rehabilitation and housing, I also think there's an element here that needs to be addressed as far as the theft. And when making this video, we talked to some folks from the police department, and the kind of response was, well, we can't prove it's stolen. And I guess I understand that, but we all know it's stolen. So again, I'm not saying I disagree with the proposal. I think that some of this needs to happen, but I understand the frustration of the public, and I think the criminal element here is very important. Also, yesterday, Bill Evans touched on something. He said, there's 1,000 or 2,000 people this affects, and it's more like all of us it affects. I'm the board president of my homeowner association. We're right in the Campbell Creek Trail, and behind us is the creek, not very far from where the homes are. And about 2 months ago, a neighbor told me, hey, I want to show you something, and we all go back there and we go on the trail, and he showed me a network of tents that hadn't been there in the previous year, and you could see it right over the creek. And he had told me, yeah, if there's a fire, that's a bad deal. And I said, that's a really bad deal if there's a fire. And it's crazy. 2 weeks later, I was up in the morning, and 2 fire trucks showed up to the HOA, and I was kind of curious what was going on, and a brush fire started back there. And luckily, the fire department got there very quickly. They put it out, and it didn't spread. But there's so many houses back there, and there's so many trees and dead trees, spruce bark beetle infestation. So I just want to end by saying I do believe there's a problem. I do believe we need increased access to mental health care, to rehabilitation, to housing. But I also feel like the criminal element absolutely has to be dealt with, because many of the folks we talked to in our video, and it's been watched by a lot of folks, told us very plainly they choose to be there. It's nice. It's summertime. It's not bad. There's a creek. They can go fishing. And I guess the question is, what do you do with the folks who, when all these things are available, and I agree right now they aren't as available as they should be, what do you do with the people who just decide that's what they want to do and commit crimes? And I don't mean just being there is the crime. I'm talking about, theft of property, and also, people on the trails feel not as safe right now. And a lot of people have come to me and talked about that. So that's all I have to say. I want to thank you for being on the Assembly and a public service. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lamfield.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Eddie Burke, and I live here in Anchorage.
And will you be testifying on both or just one?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
It's really astonishing that we got to be here. Anybody been in this town 50 years? Anybody go to grade school here? Huh? You did? Good job. We have one person. And I'm not here as a radio talk show host to get all up in arms and carry on. I'm here as a father of 4, a grandfather of 9, and a married man for 38 years, okay? I've got a lot invested in this town. I can go back and tell you how Benson wasn't there and we used to run through. We can all got those stories, and before all these streets were built, right? I owned a Chevron station downtown at the corner of 6th and Ingra. I was at ground zero during the 90s, from the late 80s throughout the 90s. I lived, my business, if you don't know, Brother Francis, is a sleep-off shelter, is 2 blocks down over the hill. That was a mess. It's still a mess. I talk to business people that are in the downtown area, and it's still the same problems. The problem doesn't quit. I was on the Fairview Community Council because, right, I want to make our neighborhood better downtown, even though I lived in another area of town. It hasn't changed. We brought plethora of ideas to this assembly body back in the 80s, back in the 90s. They did exactly what you guys are trying to do. Nothing. Your guys' plan is coddle, care, and enable. Now, not only have I lived here a long time and have a lot of value in this town and a lot of investment in this town, but I also have a lot of experience with this homeless situation and inebriate and alcoholic, because I'm a 23-year recovering alcoholic. Hell, I was a fun drunk. You know, I was a corporate drunk, right? I had a car, I had a job, I had nice things, but I was still a drunk, because they come in all forms. And a drunk's not going to quit drinking until the drunk decides they had enough. I never heard of, hey, you know, my wife keeps bringing me Jack Daniels every night and everything, but you know what? I'm going to quit. That doesn't happen. You go out, you get in some trouble, you get a DUI, something happens in your life, and you say, you know what? Well, I tell you in my story, my wife either said you quit drinking or you got to go. I also served my country in the United States Navy. I was honorably discharged. I'm a 100% disabled veteran from my injuries in the Navy. And I understand these people's problem. I may not be on the street. I testified probably 10 years ago or 15 years ago down here. People said, oh, well, you're different. That was an insulting deal. Just because I happen to be fairly affluent individual doesn't mean that I'm any different of a drunk than they are. They're no better, I'm no better, they're no worse. You're a drunk is a drunk is a drunk. And until you provide that scenario in which they're held accountable, the enforcement mechanism, like Mr. Begich, my good friend Nick over here, in his idea about this, you cannot change the course of people. Tell me where it's worked in the world. Tell me where coddle, care, and enable has worked in this world. Give me a scenario. The Red Roof Inn. You're going to build more places? Think about it. What happened to the Red Roof Inn? You're going to send any of your kids down there? Huh? Which one of you want a homeless center, one of these places in your neighborhood? Let me get a hand. Oh, I see. You don't want one? Hey, sir, you want one? You want one of these by your neighborhood? How about you, Birkenstedt? Where's the mayor? Birkenstedt. Huh? Hey, mayor, come on out. Mayor, don't you care? I thought you cared. You're not here. Hey, Miss Vogel, do you want one of these places by your house? Do you want to send your children out?
Mr. Burke.
No, it's my time. It's my time. Okay? It's my time. All right? Yeah. It's my time. And I want some minutes restored because you interrupted me. So lastly, let's look at something else here. The street rats versus the average citizen. The street rat, because there's a distinct difference between street rats and homeless people. Homeless people are a different subject. We're not talking about homeless people. We're talking about street rats. We're talking about a criminal element in this community that is destroying this community. And you're calling it homeless. That's an absolute bald-faced lie. I lived it down at my Chevron station at 6th and Ingra for over a decade. There is a difference. Do you think because you build buildings, people will come? You are out of your freaking mind. I talked to these people for 10 or 12 years and still today.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Your testimony is up.
I just got 30 seconds to finish up.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Your testimony is over. Your testimony has ended, Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke, you need to be seated or we'll have to remove you. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Day I read in the Anchorage Daily News that testimony was roughly split between support and opposition. But I had been there, so I knew that that was about as accurate as saying that the number of days and the number of hours of light and darkness is about evenly split on solstice in Anchorage. It's a complete lie. So I can't rely on the major newspaper in our city to get information about what's going on. I have to sit and listen through these hearings. I have a degree in political science and I worked for government for 30 years. I know bad public process when I see it. I get dozens of notices from the Muni every week. Hardly a day goes by that I don't receive a Nixle or a Nextdoor message or an email about APD, COVID, road closures, hearings about parks and trails and transportation plans. So you're very good at letting us know what you want us to know. So suggesting that we should all have poured through every community council agenda forever to prevent being surprised by a proposal like this is wrong. You knew it affected every taxpayer, every B3 business district, and everyone who visits the areas involved, even if we don't belong to those community councils. And I'm concerned about your handling of the zoning ordinance, the zoning process change ordinance, telling us that you intend to table it forever. And that means kill it, but you won't just publicly vote it down. What? Why are you having 5 long nights of testimony on something if you're not going to do it? And you've already decided you're not going to do it. I am very skeptical of that. We're left mystified, wondering if you're just going to be skirting it later, trying to get past us again. I don't understand that. I have worked as a substance abuse counselor, sex offender treatment program manager and counselor, correctional officer and sergeant, and in administrative duties in corrections, public safety, and the court system. And I've also worked for the legislature. I've personally helped homeless people with housing, transportation, and other services. In 65 years in Alaska, you guess how many alcoholics and addicts I've known and been involved with. So I know a bad treatment plan when I see it, and I know bad public policy, and I know enabling when I see it, and that's what I see here. Your proposal is deaf to public concerns about crime. Not only do you lack any plan to prevent the kinds of crime we see near Brother Francis as you spread facilities to new locations, some of you actually argue that it is unconstitutional and that we're trying to criminalize homelessness when we express frustration that our laws are not being enforced. One of the assembly people asked a speaker one of these nights with incredulity if he was suggesting that people could go to jail for misdemeanors. Well, the definition of misdemeanor is a crime punishable by up to a year in jail. So, yeah, people can go. I don't think that's unconstitutional. I don't think you need to be a lawyer to know that it's not unconstitutional. I have a list of misdemeanors that enforcement of which around these problem areas in Anchorage, it fills a page. I'm going to skip them in hopes that I can get through all my comments, and I'll come back and read some of those if we have time. I think we've been misled. The mayor stressed on a radio show yesterday that the Golden Lion will be for treatment, not a shelter like Brother Francis. Well, that sounds good. I mean, who wouldn't be for that? Who wouldn't? You read that headline, wow, what kind of a nasty person wouldn't want us to have treatment beds in Anchorage when we're just rife with all these alcohol problems and addiction problems everywhere? It's like one of those ads, would you like to earn $1 million working from home? Yeah, of course. How could the answer be no? But the answer is you need to be skeptical and ask questions. Why didn't anyone ask questions about that? Because it turns out that it'll be run by who knows? Screening criteria to be determined. Treatment model? Dunno. Treatment approach? Undefined. Security undefined. Level of coming and going and rules for participation. We'll tell you that later. Or maybe never. So we have no plan, but you can fool some of the people all of the time. And so you have managed to get people to testify in support of this because they just want there to be treatment. That is the substance of their support. I just think there should be treatment. Well, I think I should have a raised bed garden at my house, but 25 years of saying that, it's still not there. I mean, just thinking it doesn't make it so. On top of this, the mayor stated on the rodeo show that we can't enforce our criminal laws for the types of offenses rampant around many of these other facilities because our huge police force and our city prosecutors are victims of a state court and correctional system that don't like processing misdemeanor cases. So I guess that means this treatment center will be either 100% voluntary or involve only felons, since it's just too hard to get a court order for treatment as an alternative to incarceration. Is that my time up?
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. We'll now move to phone testimony, and we'll begin with Mr. Stephen Kari. Okay, thank you, Travis. If you'll call the next person on the list, Ms. Kelly Summers. And while we're getting that person on the phone, I just want to acknowledge for the record that Ms. Saltel's joined us by phone. Okay, we'll try the next one. Ms. Sarah Boyer. Okay, we'll go back to in-person testimony. Come on down, sir, if you'd like to testify.
Hello, Anchorage Assembly. My name is Reed Sillers, and I live at 1331 Bannister Drive. And I've met Mr. Constance down on the trail a couple years ago doing a...
Sir, excuse me, would you like to testify to both or just to one?
Yes, I would like to testify
Okay, thank
to both.
you.
Sorry. I met you on the trail while we were doing a trail cleanup the city was promoting, and I know that many of you have been in contact with me in the last year in regards to my property that backs up to the Chester Creek Trail. And I talked to, I remember Forrest, we're trying to get together, and along with Felix, but I know Felix had some car problems and such. My property backs up to the Chester Creek Trail. I have about 2 acres of land right here in Midtown. I've had homeless people on my property. Police department, via you guys, have come out and helped me take the homeless people off my property. Obviously, it's been my responsibility to clean up my property. You guys have worked with me as far as putting me into contact with the Parks and Rec Department and getting permission to bring a dumpster down onto the Chester Creek Trail to clean up my property earlier this summer, and I cleaned up a lot of the municipal property as well. I did that in an effort to try and make Anchorage cleaner and better. I continually comb my property to push homeless people off, and it's worked out pretty well this summer. I have a lot of no trespassing signs, which the police department recommended, and that's worked out well. But I see the homeless a lot because they are on the public land, which I know you guys abate them and you move them. There was a big move from just down on the trail by Sullivan, where that was abated earlier in the summer, and when they were kicked out of there, they all moved down to my neck of the woods. And when they did, I met them and told them, hey guys, this is my land. I had it surveyed last year. I know exactly where it is. So I tell them, you guys stay over there, stay off mine. I see these people a lot, the same people over and over and over again. When you guys have abated that area, next you put up signs, and the signs have all the listings of the services that the city offers. You know, suicide prevention, mental health, housing, food, everything. It's right there. It's on a tree. It's on my property, right below my no trespassing sign. I've taken it down. I've walked around the encampment saying, hey, guys, look, here are services for you to help you. How can I help you get to the right service? And everybody I've approached, except for one, doesn't want to go. Doesn't want to go. I can't take my knives in there. I have curfew. I can't drink in there. They have rules. I don't want rules. One guy who was in terrible health got hooked up via, you guys gave me the contact of somebody. I got him in contact with her. He got housing. So I've seen him since. He's in a better place as far as the housing is concerned. I don't even know where the housing is. But everybody else doesn't want it that I see. And I see them a lot. I walk down there onto the Anchorage property. I know them by name. They see me all the time. I think that's a better way, is to put people in the field. Go down there, talk to these people. Because like these gentlemen have said, they're not going to go walking into a treatment center. They're not going to just wake up one day and say, I want to get better. I want housing. I want treatment. They're not going to walk over there by themselves. I've seen people so drugged out and tense down there that are comatose in standing water in their tents, just out. And I think they're dead. These people some are heavily drugged out. My land, I've cleaned it up so my kids, I have 3 kids, they're below the age of 12. It's for them to enjoy. But they've cleaned up the mess with me. They've seen needles, they've seen bottles, They understand the whole routine. They've gone into the camps with me. They've met the people with me. I don't want them to be afraid of these people, but at the same time, they are living a life behind the scenes that they don't want anybody to see them. That's why when they see me, they think, oh man, here comes this guy again. But I feel like I have to let them know that I'm always around so they'll stay off my property. And they do. They do. And I know that another guy here mentioned about the fires. There was a fire in 2015 that was on my property. And again, I realized from your standpoint, you thought, oh man, that's terrible that some property down there burned. It was probably the Anchorage's property. No, it was mine. Big, huge burn spot. I'll gladly take you guys down there anytime you want. And I'll show you. Last year, another fire on my property and my neighbor's property. Whew. Another huge area. I've talked to the fire department over and over again. I saw them when I was cleaning up my property this year. They were down there with a new truck, and they were practicing with this pump to battle the next fire. I was glad. I want them to know me on a regular basis and know, yeah, that's Reed. He lives on Bannister. He's worried about his property, worried about that fire creeping up that bluff and maybe damaging our homes. So I realize my time is up, but I really do think you guys should reconsider this.
Thank you, sir. Your testimony is over, but I have a question for Mr. Perez-Verdia for you.
Yep, that's me over here. Hi, sir. I felt a little left out because I haven't met you yet, so I want to make sure at some point you and I get a chance to meet. My specific question, one of the key pieces of your testimony was around outreach and the importance of actually outreaching and getting to know people and figuring out who they are. Whatever plan is developed based on all of this, it sounds like that's from your experience a key piece of it. Is that would you say that that's correct in terms of the outreach?
I do. I think you have to have people in the field meeting people and getting a rapport going with them so that you can learn about them, learn what their problems are, mental health, alcohol, drugs, whatever it is, so you can learn more about them and understand this isn't a homeless person, this is a mentally incapacitated person, or this is a drug addict. Yes, I do think that would be of great value. I do.
Great. Thank you so much for coming down. I appreciate your testimony.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Assembly.
Would anyone else like to testify in person? Please, if other folks want to testify, at least one more will go before phone, so maybe get up a little closer. Thank you. And sir, don't forget to state your name and whether you're testifying on one or both, please.
My name is Larry Baker. I'm a prior member of this body. I've sat in that very chair there and a point of personal privilege, I'd like to recognize the municipal clerk, and I enjoyed immensely the 6 years that I spent when I was on the other side of the aisle working with you. Barbara, it was a pure pleasure, and you have one of the finest municipal clerks that I've ever known. So now for my 6 minutes. I purposely waited till after all the public testimony because I know, having sat in those seats, that that's the way that the process should work. I've spent thousands and thousands of hours in this body listening to public testimony. Only on 2 occasions, and I'll get to AO 58 and 66 in just a minute, only on 2 occasions can I recall the outpouring of community discussion. One being when I was on this body. In fact, I was on this body the first meeting that was ever held in this chamber. That's many, many, many years ago. And one of those occasions was in South Anchorage when we rezoned the hillside. And I met the Halo people from the hillside, and they were verbal, and they expressed their opinions, and finally a compromise was reached, and the hillside was rezoned. I was on this body when we rezoned Chugiak, Eagle River, Peters Creek. And the testimony went on for days and days and days. And then we got together and we reached a solution. And it's worked for many, many years. So I think that my point here tonight is really, truly a lot what you've heard. And the reason I'm here, frankly, is that this is my part of town. I have walked and punched doorbells on every single one of these doors multiple times. I've been to Rogers Park, Geneva Woods, College Village, south to Abbott Loop, Zodiac Manor, every one of these neighborhoods in Midtown, and we've reapportioned. I've rung those doorbells many times. The neighbors came to me and they said, there seems to not be people listening to one another. Could you come and help? On AO 58, the problem there, and you've heard multiple testimony, the problem there is that the process was not followed. That's a land use issue. We've followed land use issues for all of our career. When you have a conditional use, you take it through the public process. That's what we didn't do. That's what needs to be done because it will impact the entire community. On AO 66, the problem there is that the procurement rules, Title VII, go read Title VII, over $50,000, you go through an RFI and RFP process. $22.5 million is slightly over the $50,000 threshold. So my message to you, I think, is pretty simple. You need to listen. There's been expert testimony all over the board. You've heard from medical professionals. You've heard from business people. You've heard from neighbors. You've heard from people in the social community. You've heard over these. Now, I guess tonight's the fifth night. I've been here the entire time listening. And I'm sure all of you have too, because I've sat in those chairs. I know exactly what it feels on the other side of that dais. What we need to do as a community, as several people have said, and I'll give you specific recommendations if you ask, but I'm not going to volunteer that. What we need to do as a community is to come together. We need to do that, because if we don't do that, there's additional ramifications that history will show over this state. What typically happens when an elected body and the public is far apart? The next thing you'll see, a ballot initiative. Do we want to go through a ballot initiative and put this to the public? You heard that tonight. Put it to the public to vote. I think that we can probably find a solution without doing that. But I guarantee you, if we don't come together, and it costs $141,000, right, Barbara, to hold a special election. Do we want to go through that process? I don't think so. But that's the kind of thing that's happened in our state. It's happened in our city. When the elected body and the officials don't come together. So with that, I'm not going to take my full 6 minutes. I thought 5 years ago when I walked out of this chamber that I wouldn't be back. Well, here I am. Mr.
Mr. Constant, go ahead.
Thank you, Larry. Good to see you again for 5 days and running. And I do appreciate the work you've done to kind of harmonize the voices that come across the dais. I understand you've done some good community building. You mentioned this ordinance that is going away. We had a meeting today in which we discussed what is the plan. And the plan is to move forward with a different path, which is instead of just the conditional use, because the conditional use process is flawed in the case of these entities, right? So it doesn't work because there's no review by any elected body. The Planning and Zoning Commission is appointed body. There's a public hearing, but that's it, right? And so there's no review. You don't have a say to us if we fail that ball. So instead, what we're going to do is look at either a conditional use or a special land use permit and an adjoining license for any
Adjoining what?
License.
Adjoining license.
License that would be paired with the conditional use that would give the elected body the right to shut down the operation separate from the conditional use, which has proven not to work so well.
Similar to what you did in the marijuana.
Exactly like what we did, except with the conditions that relate to the operations that we're talking about. Is that a reasonable approach?
That's one approach, but I think that before you get to that approach, like you heard testimony, you kind of have the cart before the horse. You don't go out and acquire properties without going through an RFI and RFP process, and then you write the rules afterwards. You have to write the rules first. And I'd refer back, Chris, to the, I remember when you were president of the Fairview Community Council. You were just a young guy at that time, and you know, and we worked together on the Carlick Manor. Remember those days? And I remember reading testimony, and I recall that you represent fervently Fairview Community Council and their concerns. And
quickly, do you remember what the Fairview concerns were?
Yes, I do.
Can you give us a little hint, a little
They
suggestion?
were concerned because it was in their neighborhood.
No, that wasn't it.
Well, that was one of them.
No, it was that there's all of them in their neighborhood, and no other neighborhood has ever been decided to be another place, right?
That's correct.
That's what the argument was.
You know, unfortunately, we all go so back so far that so you can't get the cart before the horse, and you remember the debate and the time that it took for the marijuana ordinance, but ultimately the community came together. It came together, and you had a work product that seems to be working, and through that approval process. So before you run out and violate the procurement code, first you need to do what you're doing and run it through the public process, in my opinion.
Really, it's good to see you.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Hi, sir. Thank you very much for being here tonight. My question, just tapping into your experience, I think in some ways this is probably because of COVID, but maybe it's just the circumstances. We've heard maybe a couple hundred people speak before us. I'm not sure it's gotten to that number, but it's 100 or 200. I have currently almost 1,700 emails. Yes. And so my question to you is that for the people listening and the people who've been here, they've heard the people who've either called in or have spoken. How do we factor in the 1,700 people either way, right, whether they are for or against it, in terms of public perception about this issue? That's, I guess, my question from your experience. How do they get a voice into the public as well? Because they've given us their voice, so we've read those emails, but you all have not heard those voices. Well,
I can respond to that in two fashions. One, first I'd like to refer to testimony a couple of evenings ago. You had Sheila Selcraig, who is a former member of this body, and last evening you had Bill Evans, another former member of this body. I think the messaging from both of those people, if you go back and listen at their testimony, they said, both of them said, and they have experience, as I do, you slow down, you analyze, and you don't make haste judgments. Sure. That's exactly their message. How do you use the input from that? Unfortunately, in our process, the real people that neighborhoods particularly that have real true concerns, maybe once in their entire lifetime they show up in these chambers.
Yeah.
Because it impacts them directly. A lot of the people that you get those emails from, it's like bulk mail. There's an issue and they comment frequently, or someone says, please send them all an email. But the real, true testimony is those that come out here and stand in line for hours and hours and days. Those are the real public. And I'll give you another real key example. I don't know how many hundreds and hundreds of liquor licenses that I've dealt with on that side of the aisle. And when we closed 4th Avenue and all the bars, we relocated all the bars on 4th Avenue and now have a very nice parking garage in that place. But there was a whole group of liquor licenses there. Those liquor licenses had to be distributed to other people in town. And this issue kind of parallels that, because you're putting that liquor license in somebody's backyard, and they may not like it. They don't like the operator. Those bars had a terrible reputation, and to relocate those into neighborhoods was a real challenge. And finally, compromise was reached, promises were met, and then you have to reapprove that license. If they didn't perform, they were gone. But what happened? Who showed up at the testimony? Not all the neighbors that didn't really care, or they wanted to send in because they opposed alcohol, or they opposed this, or they opposed that. The people that really impacted and really cared were standing in line, waiting night after night after night. Those are the ones that you're going to get a lot of emails, a lot of encouraging. People encourage you. Oh, please send this because maybe this will change the. But what you really need to listen to is the people that have been here for 5, 6 nights till midnight. And I was praying every night that you couldn't get the votes to extend, because I hated that.
Sir, I have a couple other questions for you. Is that
Yes,
is that
I'm
good,
done.
Mr.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton has a question for you. He's on the phone.
Well, I rezoned his property on the hillside.
All right, welcome, Mr. Baker. I hope my questions have some value, even though I'm on the phone and not sitting there for many hours. But the question, and kind of based on your experiences, we've heard a lot about this. The community should come together, and so what would it look like? What would that look like? The community coming together, and then if you can also touch on it, can we get that done in time to have something ready for cold weather for the people who will need it, and also in time to use CARES Act funds before the end of the year?
I don't know that you can get that done, but you have an interim solution right in front of you, because you still have the Sullivan Arena, you still have housing. What I would recommend to you is that, the treatment center is a very controversial thing, and it takes medical professionals. If we want to move quickly on a treatment facility, what I would do is I would consult with the medical professionals that you've heard and that have testified here. I would go to the Spring Hill Suites. I'd rent rooms. I would start the medical treatment right now while the community is reaching a decision as to where it should be located. You should look at the Mental Health Trust. Testimony the other evening, they have $782 million in reserves. There is a solution here. There is a solution on PLI land. There are vacant buildings on the university campus. There's a lot of solutions that can be done, but in the interim, you have housing facilities to get us through the winter. You also can go out, you can rent room. It doesn't take it off the bed tax revenues, which is a budgetary issue. So there's a lot of ways to bring people together if you're committed to do that for the good of the community and the good of the neighbors.
Sir, I have another question for you,
Okay.
for Mr. Dunbar.
Mr. Dunbar, yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, you were working for the Sullivan administration during the AO 37 debate, correct?
I was.
And there was nights and nights of passionate in-person testimony, and yet you still went forward with that ordinance. And can you explain why you did that?
No, the ordinance had been introduced, and then there were nights and nights and nights of public testimony. I don't know, probably 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then ultimately a vote was taken, as you may recall.
Right, but your administration didn't oppose that vote being taken?
No, it was not my administration. I was an employee of the administration.
Fair enough. But do you think that was a mistake to keep going forward and to pass that ordinance after that testimony?
Well, once the public hearing was opened, you have to continue.
After
the ordinance was ultimately not approved, it was defeated, as you may recall. There was a vote taken. AO 37 did not pass.
Didn't we have Chris is looking at me like he wants to offer something here. I distinctly remember.
No, what happened was
effort.
the underlying policy change happened, and then AO 37.
Mr. Constant, I have Ms. Allard ahead of you, so I'm going to let her go.
That's my fault. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay. I think the record will reflect that my statement is correct. The ordinance did not pass.
Hi, Larry.
Good evening.
So,
welcome to the body. Isn't this fun?
Thank you. So, I just want to say that, just a second. I don't have anything. Thanks, Larry, for being here tonight. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll take one more person in person if there are any left who would like to testify. Ms. Hill, come on up. You've been waiting very patiently.
Thank you. And I'm Mrs. Hill. I'm married.
So, and will you be testifying on both?
I will be testifying on both, correct. And I actually can support both of these ordinances. I can. Once you personally put your money on the line and back that loan if it fails, because it is going to fail. It is not the solution. But if you believe in it so much, put your money forward. And there's probably not enough money here, but if you gather together and get your friends that support it and back that and give it a year's time and then reimburse yourself, I could be behind that, but I am not. Do not support those ordinances at all. I do not. You know, I wonder really where the empathy is here and where really the caring is, because I haven't heard it in the last few days here, but the immediate problem that is life-threatening that we are faced with today is there are no beds for alcohol detoxing. People die. Last year, just around this time, one of my friends who was an alcoholic, had been dried for 10, 15 years, relapsed. She came to me, to my home. Actually, I'm homeless. I live in a commercial building. I don't live in a home. But she came to me, and she was drunk, and she drove there. I could have called the police to say that she drank and came to my house, but she asked me, she said, "Christine, I'm drinking again." And she told me what she had drank all night long, and it's just unfathomable to me that you could consume that. And I go, well, let's call and let's get you some help right now. Even if I have to pay for it, let's get you some help. There's no place in Anchorage. When someone wants help, and when someone wants to quit drinking, you don't say, okay, we're going to put you on a waiting list. We'll call you next week. Make an appointment. The time is now. And in some cases, I know she has detox. I don't care how many times a person who is an alcoholic wants to detox, they should be able to have that available to them immediately. Immediately. Clitheroe does not have enough rooms. So, also, I've lived in Alaska, I don't know, almost 35, 40 years. So before I came to Anchorage, I lived in Ketchikan. And when I lived in Ketchikan, I was on the Ketchikan Mental Health Advisory Board, which was very enlightening. I really enjoyed serving on that as a public sector. And there was a gentleman in town, Ketchikan's very small, and there was a gentleman in town that was, I can't recall what his name is, but he was tall and thin, and he walked around, and he was obviously disturbed, and it was kind of a little bit frightening. But when I was on the Mental Health Advisory Board, he was schizophrenic, but there was nothing to be frightened about. He was not a threat. As a matter of fact, it were people that lived in Ketchikan or that were there that would prey upon him and hurt him, not for money because he didn't have any, but just they were bullies. So my point here is, and then with alcoholism too, you've got mental health illness. That all goes hand in hand. To me, people need to be evaluated and put into various categories. Floyd and like Bill, do you forcefully take them away? Floyd was a joy to our community. He was a joy. He was so happy to greet everybody. Bill was funny. Very, very sad because the end game with alcoholism is death, but he was entertaining. So everything's not going to fit in a box. And like Larry was talking about too, the solution to this is we have to continue to talk about this. You have not contacted. I know for firsthand that the police department, they do not want to have these facilities that you want to buy. They just think it's a cockeyed idea. It's going to make their job more difficult. You have not, there's been fantastic testimony here in the last few days. They need to be brought in for multiple meetings to discuss this. Can this happen by the end of the year? Mr. Whittleton asked. Absolutely not. This is very, very, very important. It has to be done right. So I think we need to also be careful with the words we use, because we have the vagrants, we have the homelessness, and we have criminals in that body of people that we keep talking about. And I'd like to talk about how the Assembly touts, equality, justice, fairness, and respect. I have not witnessed that here in the last few days. Mrs. LaFrance last night you hosted this very well as far as in running this. One of the first nights I was here, dear Dr. Ilona Farr, who I think has some medical difficulties, was actually on the phone, and when her name came up, she was already here and asked to speak, and she was told to get in the line. Oh my goodness. That's not fair. That's not respectful. So, due process has been talked about. It hasn't happened. You haven't engaged. Oh my goodness, I ran out of time.
It zips by. Thank you for your testimony.
I didn't get to the good part.
Oh, Ms. Allard would like to ask a question.
Okay. Can you read your last sentence, please? Only the last sentence, please.
If the city continues to spend our taxes irresponsibly, haphazardly, they're going to do nothing but create more homelessness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move to phone testimony. Let's try Stephen Kari, please. Okay, we'll try the next on the list. And just a reminder, if we call folks and they are unable, if they're not by the phone, feel free to send us written testimony, but we'll keep trying to reach people as we can. Ms. Summers? Okay, and we'll try Ms. Boyer again. Hello, is this Ms. Boyer? Hi, you're on with the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to participate in public testimony this evening?
Please.
Would you like to testify to one or both ordinances?
I will testify for both.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Sarah Boyer. I was born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska, and I moved to Eagle River, Alaska when I bought my first home in 2017. When I sat down to write my testimony, I didn't know where to begin. I don't know how to approach it and convince people, a group of people, that they're doing the wrong thing when they've already convinced themselves they're doing the right thing. I've listened to 80% of the testimonies given over the last few days, and one thing is very clear. 90% of the people that are against the proposals are against it because they feel that they were rushed. I know for the Assembly, you may feel that you've been talking about it for months or even years, but it's come out of left field for a lot of people. I also feel the people that are opposed to these mandates have been misunderstood by a lot of people. I've heard words used such as privilege as ways to describe the people that are against the mandate. I own my own home and I live in Eagle River, so how privileged I must be. A lot of people weren't as forthcoming with their own privilege, but let's talk about mine. I spent 10 years living in downtown Anchorage from the age of 12 to 22 when I lived with my parents. Both of my parents were alcoholics, my dad functioning and my mother a binge drinker. I also have other alcoholic family members. My family never owned their own home and we moved often. I've seen vehicles repossessed from my driveway and we lived less than paycheck to paycheck. My father on multiple occasions would tell me, Sarah, you can do better than me and your mom did. Do better than we did. I've been working since I was 14 years old, and I started my career at 21. I started at an entry-level position and worked my way up to management position by the age of 27. Both my parents passed away a few years ago, but I know that they would be proud of me for being able to buy my own home. I feel that a lot of people think we lack compassion because we're against proposals. And that's just not true. I have compassion. I have compassion for people that are less fortunate than me, but I also have compassion for people that have busted their behinds to get to where they're at. It's unfair to assume that we don't have compassion because we're against the proposal. At the end of the day, most of the people are against them because they've been rushed. A wise woman once told me, if you don't have time to do it once, you don't have time to do it twice. That's all I have. I hope you guys will take everyone's testimonies into consideration and recognize that a lot of the people that are against the testimonies, or against the proposals, it's not because we don't care. We do care, but throwing money at something isn't going to always help it. That's all that's happened, right? That's all we've really done. We have the grants that came in, we have the taxpayers that pay for these programs, right, that help pay for these programs. We also have the alcohol tax that we just got, and now $22.5 million, okay? It's not that we don't want something to work, but we have to do it smart, okay? I've been on project teams. I've been implemented branch updates where we've redone branches, changed our core operating systems, and I've been on those projects. And one of the most important things that I have found from being on those projects is getting feedback from people that aren't on the project, people that can give you a different perspective, give you a different viewpoint of the situation. And you've gotten so many great ideas so far. And like a lot of people have said, getting all of the ideas together is such a good idea, but rushing through this, I fear that it's not going to go anywhere, and then the people aren't going to get help like you want them to, like we all want them to, and we're going to be back where we were with no money. So that's all I have. Thank you for listening to me, and that's all.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Boyer. We'll return to in-person testimony. Is there anyone remaining who would like to testify? Come on up, ma'am. Just go ahead and share your name and whether you'll be testifying on one or both ordinance, please.
My name is...
There you go, that's better.
Okay. My name is Catherine West, and I would like to address 2020-66.
Okay, thank you.
This is the fifth night of testimony by neighborhood residents who have turned out and overcome personal anxieties to present their fears, emotions, wants, ideas, and alternate solutions to you on this ordinance. I live in Geneva Woods. Clearly, the stance of opposition to the purchase of the Golden Lion, the Alaska Club on Tudor Road, and the hotel in Spenard is the antisocial behavior problems of many street people, including public intoxication, panhandling, drug taking, camping, and exhibition. Last Friday, you all participated in a working group to discuss the distribution of the CARES monies. And surely you were made aware of the need for funding for small businesses, landlords, hospitals, clinics, schools, and people who have lost their jobs. You members have had over a week to personally think about the letters, phone calls, emails, and testimonies given by your constituents. No one wants money spent where they live so that there is a chance that their area will resemble Third Avenue. After you vote on this issue, you will leave and sort of fade away until the next problem hits you. But if you vote yes, your decision will affect all our lives. I believe before decisions are made, we are entitled to see and hear detailed plans and consideration of alternate locations. We deserve to know why these 4 particular properties were chosen, the complete and future costs, and how that compares with other available locations, and even new construction for facilities on land already available to the municipality. Input and impacts on neighborhoods should be part of the process. There are so many unanswered questions and distress on the part of residents on this issue that I would urge you to vote no on this ordinance. And I would like to ask Mr. Constant, did he say that when you move forward on this?
Ma'am, you can't address individual
I'm sorry.
assembly members,
You're
but
right.
if Mr. Constant, if you want to make a statement, I don't know if you had a question for her.
No, I just would offer that I don't have any say over what this body does. I'm one member of 11. And so if we move forward, I guess would be, if I did say when, really it's if, because I only have one vote out of 11.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Would anyone else like to testify in person? If not, we'll move on to the phone. Mr. Haberman, if you'd like to testify, come on down here. Sure, we'll move to the phone. Okay, Travis, can you move on to, or give a ring to Vanna Tavares, please? Hello, Ms. Tavares? You're on with the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to testify with one or both ordinances this evening?
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I apologize for the sound quality. I'm calling from the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to testify?
Sure.
On one or both ordinances? I'll set your time for 6 minutes. Go ahead.
So we live right behind the potential location over there with the old Alaska Club. And I have a growing son who's still trying to figure out his way. He's 14. And we're already having a homeless problem. I understand the need and I commend it. However, I believe that it is not an optimal location. My son already sees all these homeless individuals, whether they're masturbating or drinking, and he's 14 and he's coming of age and trying to figure his way out, and that's what he's surrounded by. It is unsafe for us to go walk our dog in our neighborhood. We actually have to take our dogs out to different neighborhoods, safer neighborhoods already, and it's just because of the current problem we have in that area. Not to mention, we have a local family business across the street from Kia. It's called Nova's Party Creations. It's my mother-in-law's business. And we had break-ins, and to the point where we've actually had to call a police officer to come in because the door was bashed in. A police officer came in, and he found a homeless individual in the bathroom with a whole bunch of drug paraphernalia that we were left to clean. It's been an ongoing issue. It's gone to the point where she doesn't feel safe to go in early mornings. My husband will meet her there and walk her in. And it's a door that is just a couple feet away. And this business is literally across from the potential location.
Thank you, Ms. Taveras. Did we lose her, or is that testimony over? She's still on? Okay. Are you all done with your testimony, Ms. Taveras? Can you ask her, Travis, since you're sitting right there? Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us this evening. We're going to move on to Ms. Ada Lissy. Okay, let's give Mr. Brian Kirshner a try, please. And again, as a reminder, if we miss you, feel free to email us your testimony. Hi, Brian. This is Austin from the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to give public testimony this evening?
Yes, I would like to speak to both ordinances.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Brian, and as an Anchorage resident who grew up here, I'm speaking in support of the municipality's proposal for 2020-66 to acquire properties to provide additional shelter and services in Anchorage to our most vulnerable community members. I, like many Anchorage residents, see people in need on the streets every day, and far more than when I was growing up, though the problem has always been here to some extent. The causes of homelessness, addiction, and mental illness are complex and rooted in experiences of trauma, and these issues will not resolve on their own without concerted effort by the community to address them. It is likely that economic difficulty and increased space needs during the pandemic will increase the need for such efforts and services. The Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness 2021 Gap Analysis indicates that the best way to combat homelessness is through increasing shelter and housing opportunities for adults, youth, and families. The study indicates a total shortfall of 3,000 units, so even with the acquisition of the properties in question, there will continue to be a need for housing in the community, but the need will be mitigated through this acquisition. We must, as a community, support people's basic needs of access to shelter, food, mental health care, and addiction treatment. Homelessness is not a crime. Ultimately, society pays a cost for letting the needs of homeless and suffering people persist without intervention, often through increased resource utilization by medical services and law enforcement in emergency situations. Investing in solutions for those struggling in our community now will reduce the challenges we will have to face together in the future. That's all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kirschner. We'll now return to in-person testimony. Is there anyone else who would like to testify in person? Welcome.
Excuse the computer. I tried to type something up quickly.
No problem.
My name is Kate. I'm lifelong born and raised Alaskan. I would like to use my time to try to bring something to light that I don't think
Kate, did you say your last name? I'm sorry.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Oh, you prefer not to?
Yes.
Is that okay for the record? Okay. Can you let me know if you want to testify to both?
Both ordinances,
okay,
please.
Go ahead.
In May, I was attacked in front of my house by a vagrant man. A neighbor had asked the wandering man if he needed help or directions, and he immediately started verbally assaulting her. I called 311 as the situation escalated and went into my house and got my bear mace. As I came back out, he proceeded to throw rocks at me. I tripped on my sandals, and he took the opportunity to attack. He ripped out a large chunk of my hair within seconds. I started to mace him as he punched me in the face several times. I emptied the entire can at arm's length. It did not stop him. He continued to hit and kick me. As I tried to defend myself, all while on hold with APD. As I got away from him, APD finally answered. He proceeded to run away, but I followed him to the brown jug where he resisted arrest. I cannot change what happened to me, but the situation I found out has a major flaw in the system between APD and the court system, and it needs to be changed, especially if these ordinances are to pass, because it will only escalate situations like mine. About 10 days later, this man returned to the scene of the crime, my home. Being afraid for my safety, I immediately called APD. I gave them the man's name and my case number. When they responded, the officer practically gave me an attitude like, "What do you want me to do?" I told him the man assaulted me, and he is violating the conditions of his release by returning to my home, and he needs to be escorted away. The officer told me his computer didn't say any of that. After about 15-20 minutes of the officer in his car, all while the man is getting away from the scene, basically, I finally got through to the DA's office and found out about this ridiculous flaw in the system. A flaw that has already cost me my safety, some of my sanity, and ultimately could cost me my life. Not to mention the multitudes of other people I'm sure this has affected in similar cases, and by passing these ordinances will only escalate. There is an alert in APD system called the absent alert. If you are assaulted in a DV situation, which most assaults are technically DV because you priorly knew the person. In my case, that's not true. It's a stranger. So in the system, if it's a DV case, the conditions of release are automatically put into the court system, which is linked with APD system. And when APD officers need to look someone up, it automatically shows up on the computer in their car. But because this person was a stranger to me, the conditions of release are not linked in APD's system. So this means that when this man shows up at my house, breaking the conditions of release, APD has to individually contact the DA's office to find out what his conditions of release are. Every single officer individually has to be emailed this information. Every single time. Even the responding officer didn't know that. This has to change. There are so many opportunities for disaster in a system like this. There are other states that have their alerts linked, such as Washington, so it's not like it can't be done. There's just something going on within our system that needs funding, or I guess, employees would be funding, et cetera, but it needs to change now. This is even more important if you try to push things like homeless centers in the middle of family neighborhoods. Women and children are the most vulnerable and often targeted by mentally unstable people, druggies, etc., because they are easy targets. I myself fall into this category, as many of us do. I have already spent my summer looking over my shoulder, feeling unsafe in my own home, in my own yard, and even carrying my gun. I feel very strongly that these ordinances are a bad idea and a risk to our safety and property. Almost all the homeless issues I see in my Spenard area have been associated with traffic to and from homeless camps and abandoned houses, which will only increase in the area when there are more places to draw them into our neighborhoods. I am not opposed to helping the homeless, but I do feel enabling and helping are very different. I do not believe the CARES Act money should be used this way, and I do not believe large amounts of unstable people should be mixed into our family areas. I oppose both 2020-58 and 2020-66 for my safety and for the safety of my neighbors. Please consider the flaws in this plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a question from Mr. Constant. Mr. Constant, go ahead.
Thank you. It's not a question. First, an apology. I'm sorry that this happened to you in our city, and I'll let you know that I have already connected the police chief with your testimony, and I've asked him to make sure he watches and find a way to reach out to you. And I'm clearly you had the mayor's attention. So you pointed out a hole, and I would assure you that this body would be swift in figuring out if we can fix that.
Yes, I have been trying to work with the DA, and I've mentioned it to the judge in the case, and I've reached out to several several associations dealing with this kind of thing, and everybody seems to know about it, but nobody wants to deal with it.
Well, now we do, and so for sure the chief of police has heard, and the public safety committee will for sure be.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify in person? Anyone at all? Come on down, please, ma'am. Go ahead and state your name and whether you're testifying on one or both ordinances, please.
On both, please.
Okay.
My name is Ella Carey. You called my husband twice today, but he is out of town.
Okay.
He was prepared to testify. I was not. But I have something to tell you. And I hope that there will be not so many grammar mistakes. So, a couple years ago, my husband and I, he is a part of a nonprofit organization, and they do fundraising sales. They sell pins. And one Sunday, I was with him, and they were a group of people. It was around noon, probably. It was a group of people which you can say that they are homeless. And by that time, they were extremely drunk. It was painful to watch because they were nice. They tried to be very polite. They came up to us and they were sort of interested in buying something. And they said, "Oh, we partied so well the whole night. That was so nice." And they were wobbly. And this is Fred Meyers. It was in Fred Meyers on Northern Light and Seward. And the traffic was horrible. I mean, the parking lot was totally packed, and the streets were like full of traffic too. When they were, I don't know how they made it. When I saw them leaving the store, my first thought was, oh my God, where are they going? How will they cross the street? And it was sort of a deja vu when I heard about buying there are 4 properties, but buying 2 properties which are on really busy streets. It's an open data that there are from 25,000 to 30,000 cars a day, average, on Tudor. I honestly didn't look how many of them are on Seward. To put vulnerable people to buildings where at the streets where the traffic is so horrible, I think it's just like really not wise. Nobody can guarantee that there will be no fatalities, and the stress which could put on drivers it will be tremendous. So this is one thing. Sure, I live in Heather Meadows. Sure, I don't want unpleasant neighbors, but I don't know what's more important. To feel like vulnerable people put in a place when they cannot control themselves completely till they're totally sober and they can make right decisions. What's worse, to put them at risk, trying sort of help them, or put the neighborhoods at risk too? Because we are adults, we can predict what can happen. No, to the point. And I'm against both ordinances. You can do better. And you know, in doctor's oath, this is a phrase. Maybe I didn't translate it right, but I know how it is in Russian. Do not harm. Please make wise decisions, and everybody will thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, ma'am. Would anyone else like to testify in person?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Oh.
I just would let you know that the quote in English is first, do no harm.
Would anyone else like to testify in person? Ma'am, are you raising your hand? Okay, we'll move to phone testimony. Sure. Let's try to reach Mr. Zachary Lamont for next time. And those who would like to testify in person, please come down here and get prepared to testify in person. Hang on. Let's go ahead and try Liz Lacuene, Medicine Crow. Is she on the line? I can't hear her. Voicemail? Okay, we'll move on to the next. Miss Ruth Boga. Thank you. We're going to keep moving through the phone testimony since it seems folks aren't ready to testify in person. Ms. Donna Graham. Hello, is Miss Donna Graham available? Okay, thank you so much. Oh, this is the Anchorage Assembly calling. She had signed up to testify. Excellent. Thank you so much for letting us know. Have a good evening. Miss Kelly Millen is next. Hi. Oh, hello, Miss Millens? Yes. Hi, this is Austin from the Anchorage Assembly. Are you ready to testify? Yes. Okay, excellent. Will you be testifying on both ordinances or one?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Will you be testifying on both ordinances? Yes. Okay, I'll start your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello?
Go ahead.
Hi. My name is Kelly Millen. I'd like to testify on both ordinances. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Millen.
Hi, this is Austin from the Anchorage Assembly. Are you ready to testify?
Ms. Millen, if you can turn off the TV, then you won't get that echo. It's a little delayed, so it's hard to watch and listen, and talk at the same time. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kelly Millen. I'd like to testify on both ordinances tonight.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, thank you to the Assembly for all of your service.
Turn off the...
She's still listening to the...
Yes, there's some TV on, but thank you to the Assembly for all your service. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to testify on both ordinances.
It's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Regarding the zoning issue, I grew up in College Village on Stanford Drive, and I'm opposed to the zoning change from B3 in certain areas, especially with Golden Lion and the surrounding area. I know that area of town well, and I know this segment of our community, and there's no way that this is going to work, especially in that area. I'm not as familiar with the other areas, but this is a very particular group of individuals that are, though they're lovely, they are very high maintenance, and many of them are dangerous, and some of them are dealing with mental conditions that require much supervision. I know this because I have owned and operated a facility that is basically a step above a homeless shelter for many years. It's the Anchorage Midtown Hotel. It's on 26th Avenue. Now it's called Anchorage Stay and Save, but I recently took the property back from a leased tenant named City Center Motel. Anyway, these individuals, I've housed up to 100 at a time. It's a step above a homeless shelter. So I just want to be clear that I'm not against this group of people in our community. I'm fond of this group, and I actually know many of them by name, and I would do anything to help any one of them. If I was able to keep the property, I have many great ideas and plans for the future to align with the community support of helping this sector of our community. However, due to circumstances, personally, I'm forced to sell, and it's almost exactly what the city needs. It's another viable and less expensive option for the municipality, should they so choose so. But since I have already catered to that segment of our market for so many years, the surrounding neighborhood and businesses are already accustomed to these members of our community, and it's centrally located, very easy for many people who do not own vehicles. They're on foot and they walk everywhere in the general area all day and all night. Drugs are often a problem with this socioeconomic group, and I know that this will definitely not work in the College Village Golden Lion area. This is not the same level of neighbor like I've witnessed my whole life watching Larry Baker walk around College Village. It won't work in the Golden Lion area, and the other huge factor is specifically the danger of the busy intersection. When I first heard this and I drove by that corner that I've gone a million times in my life and taken a right on 36th Avenue there, it's an absolute disaster with this group. I know them. They walk around all up and down the streets, and, you know, with all of the different issues, they're great people, but they've got issues, and that's a huge liability for the city. I don't even know how anybody hasn't even. Surely the city must have considered this. Many of these people will be hit by vehicles because they're walking around, stumbling and falling, and it's a very big problem. I feel like the municipality must know this. I don't know how you thought that you could handle that, but anyone that either they don't know what they're dealing with or they have another agenda. And I'm not just trying to sell the property because I actually do not want to part with it, but I'm being forced to sell. It's a great little property with a ton of potential, and I want to be part of helping get at least 100 people off the street. It's got 5 buildings and 69 units, and it's right there in central Anchorage, right in Midtown. It's a shared bathroom facility, and it's basically always operated as a homeless shelter. It's just a step above a homeless shelter, and I am B3. I'm zone B3. So not only would it help the homeless and low-income residents in Anchorage, like it has been used, but also for the residents of Geneva Woods, and in particular, they shouldn't be in an area like that, and for multiple reasons. Anyway, I've used the property as motel, hotel, rooming house, hostel, and apartments, all with mixed uses, but I do have a B3 zone also, and, you know, so I don't know how to answer that one because I'd like to see something good happen with the property, but it's zone B3, so, but I don't think that B3 should be anywhere near Golden, or near the Golden Lion, Geneva Woods and College Village area. So if anyone's interested in, I think the city should buy it. I want to see something good happen with the property if I can't have anything to do with it. But Troy Nadine is selling the property, and so basically I would say I'm opposed to both ordinances, but I wanted to put it out there that I am opposed to that, definitely going in that Golden Lion area, and I think the city should buy my property or lease it. At least help get 100 people off the street almost immediately. I think it would be a good option. It's another viable and less expensive for 1.45. It's less expensive than what you guys are trying to do with these other facilities. Yes, it has deferred maintenance, but so do these other properties. The Alaska Club doesn't even have bathrooms. You're going to have to put a ton of money into that one. I don't know. Thank you very much for your time, and I just wanted to put it out there that there's other viable things, and it should definitely not be involved with the Geneva Woods area.
Thank you, Ms. Millen.
So much.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Let's call the next person on the list, which is Ms. Jackie Gorlick. Hi, Ms. Gorlick. This is Austin from the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to give your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that be on one or both ordinances?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
I'll go ahead and start you for 6 minutes. Go ahead.
My name is Jackie Gorlick, and I will be speaking in opposition to both propositions or ordinances. First off, I believe that AO 2020-58 circumvents the rules that we have put in place in this city and for our community's best interest, and they are designed for consistent public process. Secondly, for 66, I really take issue buying any of those buildings or even thinking about buying those. That's an irresponsible use of COVID funds. The impact of COVID, as we know today, we have 94 new cases in the state, 42 of those in Anchorage. And COVID is going to affect our families and our friends and our businesses and our health care. I'm currently getting treatment for cancer. It's affected my health care. It's affecting our schools. It's affecting our daycare homes, our daycare centers, our parks. Our kids can't get outside to play. Our homeless are being affected by COVID. I have friends who work within some of the treatment centers here in town with youth. We've got positive cases happening inside these treatment centers. We have positive cases happening within Covenant House. We have staff getting sick. We have so many issues that COVID funds are designed to help. We have families who are struggling to try to make every day take care of their children while they're out of school, work from home, try to keep their jobs. Not everyone is an essential employee. And then I think about the kinds of issues. Now, I'm a retired school principal from Anchorage School District. I have worked at STAR for a number of years prior to that. I could tell you stories about the addiction issues and people choosing their addictions over their children. I could tell you horror stories about my hospital visits with 11-month-old sexually assaulted children. I could tell you horrendous stories, and that I believe in helping people and helping our community, but this isn't the way. And those COVID funds were not designated for this. Now, I've been following what all of you have worked so hard to do. I really appreciate all of the different players that have come in to talk about solving the issues of homelessness. And when we think of homelessness as just a general population, we're thinking about, it evokes that image of those chronic, persistent homeless people that we're seeing on the street. We're thinking about how that impacts them and also how that impacts us as taxpayers, community members. I lived in Spenard for 35 years. I now live in downtown Anchorage. I am 2 blocks from Covenant House, 1 block from Covenant House. I have lots of interactions. Bicycles are stolen. Anything with wheels is stolen. We understand that we have a major chronic problem, and I truly appreciate all the work that is being done behind the scenes with all the different organizations, all the nonprofits, all the players. But we really need to be using our funds for what they're designed to be used for in this regard. Definitely, there is a bigger plan that needs to take place in dealing with our homeless, our most vulnerable people, but there are a number of different types of people that are homeless. We have this persistent, chronic, drunk people that we're seeing laying on the streets, but we also have families who are dealing with situational homelessness, and we have transient people that are coming into town and can't get out. We have a number of predators and criminals that are preying on that population, not just from the standpoint of taking advantage of them, but they're getting them addicted to things. Our kids at Covenant House, and I say ours because I believe all the kids in the Anchorage community are mine, those kids are being trafficked. They're being invited to the little hotel right next door to come party, and the next thing you know, they're in trap houses and being plied with drugs and alcohol and prostituted. We can't put up with those kinds of behaviors. There's a criminal element, and I think that we need to deal with that. I love the idea of having the collaboration of those folks that are talking about Innovation 2020, as well as the group that's come up with the Anchorage Homes projects. I've read everything that I can get my hands on. I'm a researcher. I love this, getting information and distributing it and disseminating it. I join, I help, I volunteer, I do all kinds of things. But we're really being misguided when we think that that's a responsible use of our COVID funding. there's plenty of people that are doing work. There are many measures that can be done in the interim. We need to prioritize and do these things in steps, not by 4 properties. Thinking we can be developed quickly, or even think that that's an appropriate place for a drug treatment facility, putting something remotely away from others, having the peace of mind, being able, I mean, I know.
Thank you, Ms. Gorlick. Your time has expired. Sorry to cut you off there. Thank you so much for your testimony. Let's call Ms. Thea Bembin, please. Good evening, Ms. Bembin. This is Austin from the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to give your public testimony?
Yeah, is it my turn right now?
Yes, you're live with the Assembly. And is it on both ordinances? Or just
Sorry,
one?
I couldn't hear that.
Is it on both ordinances or just one? Okay, on one. Thank you. I'll start your time now. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Thea Bembin. I'm a resident here in Anchorage, grew up here, raising a family here. I have been very involved in the last few years in my professional life around addressing the needs of people experiencing homelessness in our community. The community has come together in really important ways over the last couple of years and has endorsed the community plan. The community has also come together to really understand the data around homelessness and to look at other communities around the country and see what can be applied here in Alaska. And I think that the proposal to purchase the properties for the reasons that have been stated is absolutely indicated by all the work that has been endorsed by the community. And it's an appropriate use of funding, especially now when we've lost capacity in our current shelter beds, and we can't really return to the status quo. We need a solution here for the winter. And I think it's also a time to do something different going forward and actually create transitional housing, access to treatment, access to services. One thing that we found in all the work that we've done is that it's not that we don't necessarily have all the supports available, but that people can't connect to them, and they can't necessarily connect to housing and other things that they need. And so these properties and the programs that are anticipated to operate within them would do that. So I think anyone in our community who is concerned and upset by seeing people camping, seeing people on the street corners who need help should be in support of this ordinance and this effort. So I just really urge you to support it. I urge you not to listen to people who are saying that this shouldn't be in their neighborhoods. It's just a completely unneighborly response to people who need help. So I say let's do it, and let's figure out how to make it work, and let's keep moving towards that vision, which is to make homelessness rare, brief, and one-time event for people in Anchorage, and not something that drags out and traumatizes them over years and years. So I urge you to support this, and I hope you can do that. So thank you so much for all the time you spent and for listening to everybody and for doing the good work you're doing.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good. Okay. Next, Mr. Cameron Ebersold. Can you turn the mic on? Because I can't hear him. Mr. Ebersold?
Can you hear me?
Yes, this is the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to provide testimony this evening?
You're very echoey.
Okay. Would you like to provide testimony this evening?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Would you like to testify on both ordinances or just one?
Just one, 66.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cameron Ebersold, and I live in Spenard. I'm going to try and keep this pretty brief. Imagine that just for one moment that you're homeless. Imagine that you don't have a bed to sleep in tonight or a roof to sleep under. You don't have money to spend or a family you can turn to. Where would you go? Would you camp in the woods or a public park or go to the shelter knowing that space is limited? And that doesn't consider your food, your water, your toiletries, your hygiene products. The reason I asked you to think about that is the conclusion I want you to come to is that it's sort of an impossible problem with no real correct answers. And this is the question that our neighbors have to try and answer every single night. If you're homeless, there are few places you can just exist and feel comfortable and accepted. But the point is I'm strongly in favor of Ordinance 66. And Assembly, when you vote, I'd like you to please take a moment to consider how lucky you are to have your family, your friends, support networks, your health and your well-being, your job and money, food in your pantry, a roof overhead, because not everybody is so lucky. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Ms. Allard has a question.
Would you say that there's a difference between being lucky and hardworking?
I think you probably see that, but I think it helps to be lucky. I think it helps to be hardworking. I think it's hard to be hardworking if you're not very lucky. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Allard. We'll move on to our next, thank you so much, Mr. Ebersold. We'll move on to our next person in line. This person didn't give a name, but you have the number, I believe, Travis. Okay, thank you. Can you give Miss Marcia Peterson a ring, please, Travis? Mr. Middleton, is it possible that you're not on mute? We can hear someone through the bridge line. He's the only guy, right, who's called in? I think it's a guy. Okay, Travis, let's try Mr. Jonathan Cannon, please. Okay, both Jonathan and Holly Cannon were at that same number, so we'll move down to Dion White. Hello, Ms. White.
Yes.
This is the Anchorage Assembly calling. We are ready for your public testimony.
I didn't. Oh.
Would you like to testify? This is the Anchorage Assembly calling. Would you like to testify on one or both ordinances?
One.
Okay, go ahead. He's got it. Yeah.
Oh, like right now?
Yes, please. Go ahead. We're all listening.
Okay, sorry about that. Just 1 second. I wrote it down.
Miss White, are you there? Okay.
Okay. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I struggle to find compassion at times for this homeless problem that our city has. I live just south of the Campbell Creek between 8th Street and the Seward Highway. In the last 5 years, the homeless have filled the wooded area below our home. They have stolen everything that is not secured and taken bolt cutters to the things that are. They prowl around our homes, try to get into our cars, and take our mail and packages. Being a homeowner, I do not seem to have as many rights as these homeless do. If I break the law, the police show up at my door and picket or arrest me, and rightly so. The homeless walk out of the stores every day with items that they have ripped off. Nobody stops them out of fear. If I have a person on my property stealing from me, I am in fear of trying to stop them. If an altercation persists, I take a chance on being arrested. If I shoot someone breaking into my home, I risk going to jail and then a lawsuit. All we hear about on the news is these poor homeless people. I get tired of looking at the trash they create and the human waste they leave behind. However, we do have laws that cover these things, but nobody enforces it. When you see a homeless man riding a $3,000 bicycle, do you feel sorry for him for being homeless, or do you feel sorry for the man that worked hard to pay for that bicycle? The homeless population is growing because the city is allowing it. The businesses are allowing people to steal from them by not stopping the theft. Homeowners are scared. What really kills me is the majority of these people don't want help. They might say that they do, but they just want a handout. If they really truly wanted help, they would have went into the shelter when they had plenty of beds for everyone. You can't get high in a shelter, and you can't keep your criminal game in a shelter. However, you can sure as hell keep it up in the woods when nobody's looking. The wooded area below my house is such a nice space. The homeless have it filled with trash and human waste. Needles are present all over the bike trails and in the dirt. It is too scary to let your children ride their bikes through that area. Both women and men have been attacked in that stretch that lies between the Seward Highway and the Valley of the Moon. At night when our windows are open, you can hear yelling and screaming and gunshots. In the last 2 years, there has been over 20 major fires with the fire department. And they have, with 20 major...
Ms. White, your time is up. Thank you so much for your testimony. Oh, we have a question from Ms. Allard.
Ms. White, what neighborhood
Is
do
she
you
on the
live
line?
in? Is she on?
I can't hear you, but go ahead. Oh, she's disconnected. Would you like us to call her? Okay. Thanks, Ms. Allard. Sorry about that. We now have Ms. Sarah Stoops. Hello, Ms. Stoops. This is Austin calling from the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to provide testimony?
I would, yes, please.
Excellent. On one or both ordinances? On one or both ordinances?
It's the ordinance to purchase the buildings for use for the homeless issues.
Yep, 2020-66. I'll set your timer. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm calling to urge the Assembly to pass this ordinance. I feel like we must solve this housing issue for the good of our whole community. We know what worked to help those who experience homelessness, and we must fill in the gaps in our existing system. I understand there are concerns of safety and drugs and such, but I trust and believe that we can work to solve each of these concerns. We must not let the fear rule the day. We must find a way to address the concerns with community help and within the parameters of purchasing these properties and move forward with it. I truly believe we are not a healthy community unless all are well cared for. I'm just urging the passage of this ordinance.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stoops. I have a question from Mrs. Allard.
Hi, I was just wondering, how did you hear about what was happening with the Assembly and these ordinance?
I belong to St. Mary's Episcopal Church, and the news came out through through that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you so much for your testimony. Travis, we'll move on to Ms. Kelly Ballantyne, please.
Hello?
Hello, is Ms. Kelly Ballantyne available?
This is him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should know better since my name is Austin. Go ahead, Mr. Ballantyne. This is Austin calling from the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to provide public testimony?
Yeah, I can't really understand you. I'm assuming you're looking for testimony about the ordinance?
Yes, I am, sir. Would you like to testify on one or both ordinances?
I was interested in testifying on the purchase of the properties for homeless shelter or homeless support. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'll start your timer. Go ahead.
Thank you for working late on this. I think it's really important that we look at ways to support the homeless in our community. I think that for years, everyone who drives in this town sees there's a huge amount of people that on the streets that aren't receiving the services they need. I think this problem is potentially going to get a lot worse with the COVID-19 and our recession, and I'm concerned there's going to be more people on the streets, and I think this is a really good opportunity to purchase some property and to get people off the streets utilizing the funding that's available. It sounds like there's funding available, and there's a huge need for it, and it sounds like there's property that's available for sale right now that it seems like it's the perfect time to actually try and do something about our homeless situation in Anchorage, and I'd be really sad if we chose to not do anything because we're afraid of taking care of people in our community. And I think offering housing first is actually going to save us a huge amount of money. The numbers show that it costs more money to have someone on the streets than to pay for them to be housed. So I think it's a really clear decision that just taking people off the streets and providing housing, even if it's in my neighborhood. I live within walking distance of Spenard. I live in the Spenard Turnagain, right where that neighborhood connects. So this is my neighborhood where we're talking about housing people, and I would be honored to have people housed in my neighborhood to get them off the streets and support them. So that's Kelly Ballantyne. I work at Alaska Seeds of Change. I live in Spenard Turnagain. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll now give a ring to Kelly Fischler. Ms. Fischler, this is Austin from the Anchorage Assembly. Would you like to provide public testimony?
Yes, I would.
And would that be on one or both ordinances?
It would be on using the CARES money for the homeless shelters.
Okay, on 2020-66, go ahead. I'm starting your timer.
Okay, one moment. Hi, my name is Kelly Fischler, and I am from the South Anchorage area. I do not approve of using our CARES money to purchase buildings for homeless populations when that money has been so specifically intended for small businesses and the people and families that run those businesses. Those are the people that are dependent on us the most. Those are the ones where it's going to make a difference, whether these kids go to college on loans or not. Those families are the backbone of America. And I truly believe that Anchorage has spoken loudly about their adamant disapproval on using these CARES funds for something that they were not intended for. We already knew that homelessness was an issue long before the coronavirus ever showed up on the scene. And to use this money for that is gross negligence and is absolutely unacceptable. And if it does go through, I would be surprised if there was ever another incident like this where the public did not 100% speak up and say, absolutely not. This is not okay. It never has been okay, and it never will be okay. And that's my testimony.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Now we'll call Mr. William Mosley. That concludes our phone testimony. If anyone would like to testify in person, please come on down. Mr. Haberman, please let us know if you're testifying on one or both. Mr. Haberman, I'm going to go ahead and
No, wait.
start your
you
time.
need to get ready. No, excuse me. I'll be two items, please.
Okay.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more like in the public interest. I've been an Alaska resident for over 42 years. 20 of those years a resident of Anchorage, and currently a resident of Sitna Valley. Again, I follow the public process. Frequently in these meetings, I'm hearing these words, the process, the process, the process. If there's anyone in the state that has been involved in questioning the appropriate process that's been made, I'm known as a self-appointed government watchdog. I cover the state agencies, I cover Anchorage Assembly meetings for years. I go back to the days when George Sullivan was mayor, the first mayor of the municipality of Anchorage. Well, let's go on the issues that are before you tonight. I'd like to address a couple of things. I'd like to compliment both the Assembly and the administration in having a discussion on homeless. A week ago Tuesday, the Mexico Borough Assembly had the CARES Act. And I spoke, it was the last one to speak for the first time, and I addressed concern that no one said the word homeless. So I got to give a credit to the municipality of Anchorage that they have a conversation about homeless. But the conversation is where I protest and how you conduct that conversation. That's the problem. And that's why you see this continued polarization in the community, bring one against the other. And that's not a way to have a conversation. And not have a conversation where you have the words waiving planning and zoning commission review. That's not the way to go. But I'd like to step back a moment to go back pre-COVID. And I was with the Assembly on a tour of Brothers Francis Shelter. I witnessed a scenario that I was shocked. Witnessed a situation where I was told by a board member that the parties that were in those beds, bunks, there was no staff members while they were sleeping. Where's the safety of that? I witnessed a property, how it was run, was despicable. So you're looking at a new way of doing things where you have the parties who have been getting public funds by the muni and the state have failed in the responsibility to make sure it's been run right and it's safe for those people. So here we go on the scenario of what you've got here. And I'd like to also bring out a note here. This conversation of the homeless. It strikes me this, is that you need to bring everyone together. But there's parties that you don't have in this room that I'm noticing, at least the last couple of nights. And that is the homeless people themselves. We're hearing a conversation from people who were formerly members of homeless. And they've been providing information that were very valuable, insight. But why aren't you having a conversation with the homeless? Why are they not here tonight? Because you are making plans for people who are not even here to question what you're doing for them. Now, the other footnote is this. There was earlier this evening, with respect to mention 50 seconds spare, there was a reference to the item about the 66 and about the S and S1 version. For the record, there was a policy of deception going on by the attorneys over there when they said it was all fine, because it wasn't fine. The addendum for the agenda occurred, the first reading for the public hearing. Yes, they had introduction for 66, but the S and S1 version for July 14th has had its first reading for that meeting. So the public who you had heard testimony, they had not a fair chance to be able to see those documents. It was an addendum, which means it came after a normal introduction for public hearing. I'm not talking about 66 per se. I'm talking about the S version, the S1. Constance, you're shaking your head. That's standard for you when I speak. But it's true. You can't deny the truth. I double check and double check and double check. That you saw me do. Because before I say something, I've got to make sure the facts are right. Now, we all have a right to make mistakes. But I would like to close this, as I'm very careful what I say. But I also like to close this. You had a meeting today. I was on that teleconference. You did not know about it, maybe. But you had a meeting with a subcommittee, and you dealt with this issue. There was a place on the agenda for audience participation, but there was no place for public comment. You didn't ask for it. It was held at 1 to 2:30 in the afternoon. And you had comments and what you felt about this before the hearings are closed. And you created a prejudice of the proceedings. You continue doing the same thing day after day, but with respect, it's been happening for years. The process continues to be a deterioration of the public process. It's not going to change, but you're probably going to do this, if I had a crystal ball. You're probably going to postpone this indefinitely, which kills it. But then you're going to try another way to do it and continue to be inappropriate and not have a conversation with the people. And I'd like to make a note this. We're in COVID time. In COVID time, you need even more of a conversation with the people, not less. There are people who come to these rooms. It's been hard for them to come to these rooms. It's not, I had a hard time coming here because I'm concerned about the safety. I didn't appreciate the way the lineups, people close to each other, the way you handle it. I didn't appreciate the closeness you have. I didn't appreciate that at all. That didn't give me a confidence. But you've decided, the chair tonight, that we're closing the meetings again and going back to the telephones. And the telephones have not been a fair way to connect with the people. It shows that because you're dealing with papers and we do not see those papers. And you do not hear
Thank you,
us.
Mr. Haberman. Thank you for your testimony.
Quick comment, just to say your presence was definitely noted. Your absence was definitely noted the last 2 months. Thank you. Your absence was noted the last 2 months. Welcome back.
Thank you. Be safe, everybody.
It's good to see you. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public testimony? Anyone at all? Come on down, ma'am. If anyone else would like to provide testimony, please go ahead and line up behind her. And don't
My name
forget
is
to let us know
Natalia.
if you're doing both or one. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Before I start, to follow up on what gentleman just said, my name is Natalia Nelson, and on July 20th, this Monday, I sent a mail to Assembly members asking, in accordance with MA Code provision 30-55, a person may testify once at
Oops. Turn her mic back. What's on? Hold on, ma'am. Hold on, your mic is off. We can't hear you. Hold on 1 second, please. Can I get your name for the record, please? Can you turn the mic back? It's off, so I can't hear her.
She just needs to press the button.
I'm stopping your time, don't worry. Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Natalia Nelson, and I'm having procedural question for this assembly.
Okay, go ahead.
My question is, the substituted versions for ordinance AO 2020-66 S and S1, dated July 14th, which was the first day of public hearings. As a citizen, I was preparing for my testimonies the night before, and I did not see aforementioned versions published on the website. I don't believe that I saw them on July 14th. I testified on July 14th over the phone on both ordinances, and on July 20th, I emailed to this assembly asking, quote, since the substituted ordinance were written on July 14th, the first day of public testimonies, and they were not referenced during the verbal introduction on that day, AO 2020-66 was referenced, but not AO 2020-66S or S1. Please introduce the substituted versions and communicate to the public who already testified on AO 2020-66 the right to provide additional testimonies for substituted versions AO 2020-66S and AO 2020-66S1 in accordance with MA Code provision 30.5, quote, a person may testify once at public hearing on any item. While the public hearing is open, a person may testify on the changes in substituted version and will not be precluded from having given prior testimony on an earlier version on the same item. I also requested Assembly provide explanation on how phone testifiers are queued. Quote, please provide explanations on how phone testifiers are queued and selected to call. This process has to be transparent to ensure the public that hearings are fair, and the parties presenting special interests do not have the advantage. I also requested you to clarify the wording in the ordinance that states acquisition of 4 properties. Only 3 properties are acquired: Golden Line Hotel, Executive Suite Hotel, and Alaska Club Building. Beans Cafe is already owned by MA, so when you provide the schedule prepared by Real Estate Department of MA and listing 17.4 million associated acquisition costs, and you say 4 properties acquired, it's wrong, because Beans Cafe, as you can see, presented like there are 0 acquisition costs. It's already owned by MA. So we're talking about buying 3 properties for 17.4 million, and the biggest one is Golden Line Hotel. No one responded, and it just adds to the issue of public trust and transparency. The email was copied to Attorney General and DOT because there is an issue with a construction project that's about to start at Midtown for this Golden Line Hotel. The biggest elephant in the room, $9 million, just acquisition cost. Land is 1.2. How did you come up with this what I break down for renovation costs, how do public can be insured that once you acquire this property, which, by the way, is going to be financed with MLNP sale because CARES Act funds are not allowed to finance treatment facility. How are you going to ensure public that after putting renovation costs, you are not going to resell it to state just to be torn down?
Ma'am, I'm so sorry. Since you already testified, you can't testify again. Thank you so much.
I am going to testify on S and S1.
I'm sorry, you're not, but thank you for being here and for providing your
So
testimony.
you are violating MIA code?
Thank you for providing your testimony.
Well, people should enough.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed on AO 2020-58 and AO 2020-66.
Move to postpone indefinitely AO 2020-58.
Second.
My understanding is that the administration has a slide they'd like to share.
It's okay.
Regarding 58?
Yes. We emailed you earlier today. You wrote back. You shared it. Does it exist?
It
still?
does. I emailed it to the clerk's office, so
Got it.
they're
Okay,
willing to
Travis
put it on
has
there.
it. Thank you, Jason.
Are those items for 58 or 66?
For 58.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Should we go ahead and get started while that's being pulled up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Constant, would you
Thank
like
you.
to start? And then I have
Please.
Mr. Weddleton in the queue.
Yep. The purpose of the action before us is to table this item and go back to the table for study and contemplation of our moves forward. The administration will be describing the process that we worked through at the subcommittee today. It would have been nice if Mr. Haberman had identified himself, because then we would have known to ask him if he wanted to comment. We have been deeply engaged in the conversation about the best path to move forward, and I'm the one who strongly objected to this ordinance once I discovered that the conditional use wasn't sufficient to protect the neighborhoods. And so I previously spoke to that earlier. That's my strong position now, that we have to ensure that the conditional use has a license component so that if an operator is failing to meet the mark, we have a tool to really bring them back to the table or dismiss them. So with that, I would ask for a yes vote on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
I guess I support that. My understanding is our intent was to postpone deliberation until a future meeting, and but I guess this is where we are. So,
I can't hear you.
So I support postponing this indefinitely, and I would like to apologize to the members of the body and to the public for that particular ordinance. That was not well thought out, and I take the blame for that. And it's something. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. There's an echo. I don't know how to stop the echo. No, hold
Sorry,
on.
Mr. Weddleton. The clerk is recommending that you not use speakerphone, so maybe give that a try. Are you all finished, Mr. Weddleton?
Can you hear? Is this better?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, because I did have the video on the computer screen here, so I turned that off. But this, when we a couple years ago passed the resolution that said no more, it brought roughly no more homeless stuff downtown, and I didn't support that, but that's where we are, and it got me thinking, well, where would we put another one? And in travels I did last year and seeing other cities, you know, they had homeless shelters. I visited a variety of them and got some sense of how they could work, and was particularly impressed with Omaha, where they had a kind of low barrier shelter, a campus, not really a shelter, kind of all full services thing, kind of like what we envisioned for the Alaska Club, and I think a lot of speakers have said that's really what is needed. And they had a high barrier. where you couldn't be on drugs, couldn't be on alcohol, and they were fairly separate from each other. And there's benefits in that, because there's a lot of people don't want to go to one where there's people who are on drugs and drunk, and but they would go to one that isn't. And thinking about that for Anchorage, I think, well, where would we put that? Okay, and it became clear. Industrial is kind of neat because it's away from neighborhoods, but there's real limits on using industrial because you can't have other services aren't necessarily allowed in industrial. But B3, our general business, made sense. So it's something I've been thinking about for some length of time. And when it was proposed in June, I thought of it as I didn't even know about AO 2020-66, where they've clearly become linked, and that became quite a problem. But I agree with speakers. I think they made a really good point that bypassing the Planning and Zoning Commission, which I am totally surprised has as many fans as it does. I was on the Planning Commission, didn't realize we had any, but it appears to be quite popular. And but bypassing that, I think, was clearly wrong, and they will be very reticent to do that again. So for people in the audience listening, it is actually very common for us to not pass changes of for Title 21 through the Planning Commission. Nothing related to marijuana. Title 21 goes to the Planning Commission, and we've had, I think, in my 4 years, well over a dozen other instances where, for a variety of reasons, it made sense to bypass Planning Commission. But it is there is value sending it to them. So anyway, accept my apologies for that. I think that was poorly done, and we need to kill it, and I do it with much pleasure, I guess. And I think Chris had touched on that we are looking at a much more sophisticated process with the conditional use and or special land use permit and some kind of license for a homeless shelter that would define it very well, and I think get to the kind of homeless shelters that I've seen in other places. I mean, what we see at 3rd Avenue is simply not typical in my experience. Shelters do not have to be like that. The ones in Omaha you would go by, you would not recognize that they were shelters. I went to Pine Street Inn in Boston, and you would not recognize that as a shelter. They have $1 million condos right next to it. Even in Seattle, I visited a shelter that was near a neighborhood, mostly business, and it was very nice. There were not people loafing around, and there's ways to get there, and we can get there, and that's something that we're working on. We've got a committee going, and I hope for the many people, hopefully they're still listening, that they pay attention to that. And I think if you look at the Assembly page and go to the Community and Economic Development Committee website, we'll have posted documents and dates for those meetings, and they will all be open to the public, as all our meetings are. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, thanks for accommodating me on the phone. For those who wonder why I left, I wasn't feeling well, and in the time of COVID, I just want to, just be super cautious. So I'm glad I can be accommodated on the phone. Mr. Weddleton really summed up most of my comments. I do want to say that the shelter licensing we are talking about is something I've been working on for nearly 6 to 9 months, and it was something that had been contemplated and started prior to bringing forward an investment by the municipality into shelter, which we did in the 2020 budget with a budget amendment. So I'm looking forward to picking up that work, and giving it the urgency it has now to move forward. And I look forward to incorporating the input from the public into that process as we do move forward. And I agree with Mr. Weddleton that shelter can be something so different than what we're accustomed to, and that this process is really going to be a linchpin in ensuring that that's the case. So my apologies for 58 and how it rolled out, but I'm glad we can, I'm urging my colleagues to postpone it indefinitely, and we can move forward with a much better process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. Yeah, a few things. There's been some lessons learned through this process, and I want to, for everyone who's listening, to profoundly apologize for a few things. One, I'm going to be very careful in the future when I vote to combine items. The amount of confusion and just the amount of energy that went into this is frustrating, and I know it was frustrating for most people who were testifying about it. So I apologize for the combining of these two items that should have been separate and should have been discussed separately. The second is that an item that when I first was introduced to it was immediately told, this is not anything that we're going to consider right now. So, I thought, okay, great. Well, we're going to move right past this and move on to the more important conversation about the purchase of these facilities, and we end up spending endless hours talking about something that is important, and we need to be talking about it. But it was just a poor use of, I think, our time. So I just wanted to say that I'm sorry about that, and that the amount of energy that went into the concern around us bypassing rules or us not following rules or doing things that are sneaky or behind the scenes, boy, that is not why I'm here. That is not why any of us are here. And so the fact that message got out and that there was an indication that we were trying to do something that was sneaky or behind the scenes is certainly not what I'm all about. And so, again, I apologize, and I encourage my fellow members to vote this to go away and for us to rethink it, rework it, and before we even think about bringing this forward again, let's have more conversation with our community to make sure that before we bring it forward, it's something that people are aware of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the community, regardless if they were for or against. I just appreciate all the input and the engagement, and I look forward to it again. Thanks.
Excellent. Seeing no other comments, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Ms. Kennedy?
Oh.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
And I'm a yes too. Yes. And I'm a yes too.
Mr. Peterson, you're with us. That passes 11-0. At this point, I'd entertain a motion to postpone action on AO 2020-66 to a special meeting on Monday, July 27th at 5 p.m.
Move to continue the meeting to
Second.
Monday, July 27th.
I couldn't.
Different motion. I had a different motion from Barbara than the one you just said, so.
Go ahead.
The motion is to continue this meeting to Monday, July 27th at 5 p.m.
Second. I think you meant 27th.
27th, I'm sorry.
The clerk says they're the same motion effectively.
Yeah.
So, and did you second it, Mr. Dunbar? Mr. Mr. Perez-Verdia has a comment?
Yes, I think my question was answered. What's the difference between the two motions? Can I just get clarification on that?
Yes, go ahead.
That's the question I
Oh,
have.
I'm sorry,
What's the
you'd like
difference
a
between the
clarification.
two-
Yes.
What's the difference between
Bef-
the two motions?
Certainly. Before we do that, Mr. Constant, folks on the phone couldn't hear the motion, so can you make it really
Thank you.
clearly?
So the motion on the floor is to continue this meeting to Monday, July 27th at 5 p.m. And I could speak to the question of the difference. The difference is continue the item or continue the meeting. And if you continue the meeting, this is the only item on the agenda. And so functionally, it's the same.
Mr. Constant, maybe I'll offer the clerk if she wants to weigh in. It's essentially the same thing. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. My question was answered.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Weddleton?
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to amend that and make it 6 p.m.
I second.
Did he make a motion to move that to 6 p.m.?
Weddleton did.
Mr. Bockenstedt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wanting to say that either before or after this vote, the administration would just like a couple of minutes to run down just some of the reasoning as to why we introduced this ordinance, and both the mayor and I would like to speak on that. But we're happy to wait until after kind of this vote has taken place.
Go ahead, Mr. Bockenstedt and
I think
Mr.
it has to be
Berkowitz.
before.
Okay, then I will go now, and the mayor will follow up and close. So thanks for giving us a couple of minutes. Like I said, I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to lay out kind of the views of the administration on why we put this ordinance forward and why we still support passage. And I'm going to go through a couple of different items. One, the why. Why do we support this? The second is how does this play into the COVID impact and how COVID is impacting this decision? How has the Assembly and previous actions that the Assembly has taken impacted some of the decisions that we've made? How did the MOA identify and choose these locations? The CARES Act funding question, and then finally the process moving forward. So starting with the why. I think it's important to note for the last 5 years, the municipality, this administration, the Assembly, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, and many other community partners have worked very hard to develop a homelessness response system that is informed by data. We now have a much clearer picture of how many people experience homelessness, who they are, and what supports they need to get housed and employed. The Anchored Home Plan is the Anchorage community's strategic roadmap to a time and place where homelessness in Anchorage is rare, brief, and one time. The plan launched in 2018 and continues to guide our community in addressing homelessness, including the implementation of the 2020 Anchored Home Priorities. And I would just mention that the 2020 priorities that have been a public document since November of 2019, 3 of the top priorities are these 3 items that we have in this ordinance: more permanent supportive housing, more day engagement centers, and additional shelter capacity. More than 2,000 community members, businesses, and agency representatives provided input for the Anchored Home Plan. The Anchored Home Plan, its 2020 priorities, and the recently announced Homeless Prevention and Response System Gap Analysis and 2021 Community Priorities, authored by the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, provides a direction as to the next steps for increasing shelter and housing options and support services. It has become quite clear that making a significant dent in adult homelessness will require 3 things. 1, shelter space that allows individuals to stabilize. 2, affordable housing units that will house people transitioning out of homelessness. And 3, more behavioral health resources to serve the entire community and address underlying drivers of unsheltered homelessness. Right now, we have a rare opportunity to address many of those needs at once through strategic investments. The proposed building purchases are the next step in transforming the way Anchorage approaches the adult homeless response system. Obviously, everyone has been affected by COVID-19. Probably the homelessness are at the top of that list. But we were able to quickly and seamlessly stand up the Sullivan and Boki arenas to allow for appropriate physical distancing and regular medical screenings. This is the reason that we have had no COVID cases among this population. The effort to separate people and space them out has been effective. This plan is an extension of that work. We stood up a community resource hub where for the first time we are meeting people where they are. We are making it easier for them to get access to services such as getting into housing, finding a job, or the simple act of getting an ID. This has not happened before. Before, people experiencing homelessness would need to travel to different parts of town for each of these services. That means many of them would have had to walk or take the bus to each location. The resource hub at the Sullivan Arena has been very successful in connecting people with services and housing. It's one of the main reasons that over the last couple of months we've been able to house nearly an additional 200 individuals. So how has assembly actions in the past kind of guided our decisions as well? Last year, during the budget debate, the Assembly approved a budget amendment that had the administration's support, providing an additional $735,000 for additional shelter capacity for 150 people. This amendment was passed unanimously, and I'll just remind everyone that after it passed, there was a standing ovation of not only Assembly members, but the entire assembled group that was in this room, because we had made the commitment that we were going to start solving this issue. But I will say, we did not know, the administration did not know where that additional capacity was going to come from. So the Anchorage Health Department put out a request for information, or an RFI, to find a provider to create that additional shelter capacity. It was issued on February 7th and was scheduled to close on February 21st. During that time, we received no proposals. So we extended the deadline for an additional 2 weeks. We received no proposals even with that extension. We were totally surprised by this. For the first time, we had been saying we are going to get into this game of providing additional shelter capacity, and no one submitted an RFI. So AHD set up meetings with the different providers that we knew provided these types of services around town. And we learned 3 important lessons. First, the respondents, or the folks that we knew would be interested in doing this work, were not interested in adding additional shelter capacity in the downtown area. They just said, absolutely will not help participate in that. Second, there was a strong desire among them that the municipality also address rapid bridge and permanent supportive housing supported by additional treatment options. And third, and probably the most important for this particular ordinance, is we were told that there was significant interest among these providers to provide additional shelter capacity and other services. However, none of the proposals or none of the organizations would submit a proposal unless there was a specific location identified and secured by the MOA prior to the RFP or RFI going out. So now we've gotten to the point where we are now. How did the MOA identify and evaluate these locations? Led by the real estate department, we convened a team of internal experts that included the Housing and Homeless Services Coordinator, the Anchorage Health Department, the Planning Department, and the Building Safety Department to develop a punch list of specific needs for the different social service uses that have been identified as key pillars of the Anchored Home Plan. The team started with a list of every hotel property in the Anchorage Bowl, every single one of them. Beginning with that list, we deleted the downtown and Fairview area properties, along with properties where the property tax assessment exceeded $20 million. From there, we began comparing properties against our punch list and removing or reordering properties based on how well they performed. That left us with a list of 19 properties that were then evaluated for short-term use, such as transitional housing, and long-term use as permanent supportive housing or as a treatment center. Each location was evaluated for transit access, along with general building condition and functional layout. Owners of the remaining hotels were also contacted to gauge their interest in selling their properties. Many of them had long-term franchise commitments, were not interested in selling, or suggested purchase prices that were far above the property tax assessment. The 2 hotels were determined to be the America's Best Value Inn and the Golden Lion Hotel. The criteria that the municipality used to evaluate sites included guidance from the Assembly to disperse our social services facilities in zip codes other than 99501 per the Anchorage Resolution 2018-167. From the Community Housing Management Group's suggestions for physical design standards in support of housing developments, and from physical design standards in support of housing settings. So one of the other topics that we've heard a lot about is the CARES Act funding, and is that an eligible use? So let me lay out the reasoning as to why we are using CARES Act funding, and we believe that it's appropriate for the purchase and renovations of these facilities.
Mr. Balkenstedt,
Yes.
before you do that, can I entertain a motion to extend beyond 11?
Move to extend to 11:30, Weddleton.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant.
And that's a ceiling, not a target.
We'll go ahead and do a vote since there are a lot of folks on the phone. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay.
Ms. Kennedy?
No objection, so yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That motion passes 11-0. Go ahead, Mr. Balkenstedt.
Sorry, my computer has now. Give me just 1 second. Let me kind of close down this document and reopen it.
I'll just use this moment to note that Mr. Baker made two errors. One, he should note that Mr. Constant is still a young man. And two, of course AO 37 passed. I double-checked with Mr. Gates. The S2 version passed, and then of course it was repealed by the people about a year later.
Well, in his defense, my hair has grown very gray in just the last 3 years, and so with the experience he has had in this setting, I can imagine that it takes a toll.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break? And it's been a while since everyone's been able to use the restroom, and we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Of course, my computer just kind of... shelter system. We lost roughly 400 beds because of COVID-19, and also the CDC recommends that communities provide non-congregate shelter in response. The Sullivan Arena is not a long-term solution to this problem. The second, the costs were not accounted for in our most recently approved budget. That is also true. We have not accounted for in our budget the need to find additional capacity because of COVID-19. Likewise, we did not put money into the budget for any of these properties. That is why we are here now. And the third are the costs that we are looking to spend and incur are between the periods of March 1st, 2020 and December 30th, 2020. That is also true. This proposal is designed to deal with an unbudgeted cost of necessary expenditures incurred due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Additionally, the guidance provides a non-exclusive list of eligible expenditures. One of those is, and I quote, expenses for care for homeless populations provided to mitigate COVID-19 effects and enable compliance with COVID-19 public health precautions. So, just based on this language, it is clear, crystal clear, that Congress and the Treasury Department contemplated that a portion of the CARES Act funds to local governments received would and possibly could and likely would be used in these ways. And I would also just mention there are dozens of other communities around the lower 48 that have already used their CARES Act funding for these types of purchases. So finally, what is the process moving forward if the Assembly approves this ordinance? Essentially, two things will happen concurrently. First, again, the Real Estate Department will begin negotiating with each of the parties or each of the property owners on a purchase and sales agreement. This work will include time for due diligence on all 4 properties, time to negotiate a final sales price based on the due diligence works, and the time to finalize all the closing documents. Second, the administration and AHD will begin putting together RFPs for operating and managing each of these properties, which will result in contracts or management agreements that must be approved by the Assembly. I know there's a lot of interest in what would be included in these, so let me just take a minute to preview some of the criteria that we will include in the RFP to be graded and selected upon. The first, experience. That includes job descriptions, demonstrated success operating and managing 24-hour facilities, and what their oversight and accountability plans are. Second, what is their program design or project approach? So this includes a program narrative. So for example, the Golden Lion, the treatment center. It would include what is your research-based program design, what is your level of service, your treatment components, scope and length of your treatment plan, and number of clients served within each of those service lines. Third, the budget based on the program design and treatment components for each of the proposals that we would get. Fourth, outcomes of program design. Essentially, how are they measuring and tracking success, indicators of success, and proposed performance measures for ongoing reporting both to the administration and the Assembly. Fifth, partner services. Who are they going to partner with to potentially provide indoor or outdoor recreation? Who will they partner with to provide transportation services so that people can get to and from these locations? And finally, the neighborhood impact mitigation plan. So essentially, what are their safety and security protocols that demonstrate a clear understanding and strategies to minimize any negative community impact? The RFP is a very public document. Anyone can get onto the Muni's website, their purchasing department, and see it and understand what we're asking for. And the providers and the operators will have several weeks to put together their proposals. Once that closes, the administration will then be responsible for selecting the most qualified provider or operator for each of these locations. At that point, we will negotiate a contract with each of the operators, and then the contracts go to the Assembly for final approval. We fully expect that these will require public work sessions and public testimony prior to them being approved. And then finally, I did want to just take a second before I turn it over to the mayor, because I think one of the questions that a lot of us have been asked is, would you want one of these locations in your neighborhood? And for me personally, I would say yes. I have lived in a neighborhood for for 10 years now, and I have a building that is very similar to what we are proposing the America's Best Value to be, that is 1 block from my house. I have a 3-year-old and a 9-month-old. I feel completely safe in and around that area. So for me personally, I would welcome these types of facilities in my neighborhood. So with that, thanks for the time, and I will let the mayor close with a couple of remarks.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to begin by thanking the municipality team that did all the hard work. They've unfairly been castigated during this process, but they're a team of professionals, and I think it was unfortunate that they had to catch slings and arrows. They worked hard, they are diligent, and I would put them up against any team comparable in the country, and you should be proud that they work for this city. I also want to thank all the testifiers, many of whom I did not agree with. I think it's important that when the public comes forward, that we, as elected officials, listen to what they have to say. The information that they're proceeding with isn't always accurate. The conclusions that they urge us to reach are not always the conclusions that we will reach. But it is important in a democracy that we address the concerns that they raise, the genuine concerns that they raise. And there were many genuine concerns, and we will continue to address them. But it is the nature of leadership that you have to make decisions with imperfect information under uncertain times. And we have reached a juncture where you need to make a decision. We do not have the luxury of later. We have the necessity of now. We do not have the luxury of later because we have a COVID pandemic. We have to spend these resources by the end of the year. That is not to say that we'll necessarily follow through and make these purchases. The due diligence is still required. But we have to begin proceeding now. Lives literally depend on it. If we cannot provide shelter, people will die. And the origins of the Anchorage shelter system came about because people were dying on our streets. We are not going back there. The necessity of providing housing is particularly acute in this time of COVID because we've been able to keep the homeless population safe from COVID. And as they stay safe, it inhibits the spread of the disease, which keeps the general population safe. So we have the necessity of ensuring that that population has access to housing. Will this solution help everybody? No. There was no pretense that it would. Is this the only component of a homeless plan, of the homeless plan? No, it is not. But this is the piece that we have to decide upon now. And homelessness touches all of us, the people on the street and the camps. It touches the neighborhoods. It touches the providers. And it has a profound impact on the character of this city. I heard over and over again stories of how homelessness had affected individuals in an adverse way. I heard uplifting stories of people who work with the homeless on a daily basis. But if we want to change the dynamic, we have to change what is going on right now. And there are no other proposals out there. When people say we should study this some more, we have studied it. People from Anchorage have traveled across the country. They studied best practices. They've folded those best practices into the proposals that exist. And you should have every confidence that what is being proposed and what will be initiated will adhere to the highest standards. We hope the Assembly holds the administration to those standards. We hope the public holds us to that standard. But I've also heard over the last 5 years, through countless, and I say countless in a literal way, not a metaphorical way, homeless committee meetings, that we have to do something. Many of you have sat through many of those hearings. You heard those same pleas. Do something. Well, the time is on you to do something now. And we have reached the point where not acting is a choice. Not committing to move forward with these purchases is a choice. If you think the status quo is adequate, if you think the status quo is what the public wants, then vote no. But if you think that we can improve public safety, we can take a step towards reducing the number of people who are homeless, if you think that making these choices will help protect us from COVID, help make our community safer, then vote yes. It's a stark and clear choice to me. These are not easy votes. I understand the weight of having so many people come and testify. But I also have seen and heard so many people in support. The emails, the people who understand the issue intimately. This is going to be a hard vote for many of you. But I urge you to support this ordinance because it will make a difference, it will make us safer, and I think, perhaps most importantly, it answers a moral responsibility to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. Before we take this vote, there's a couple things I want to say. One is that I am concerned about moving this vote to Monday and voting on that day, because I do believe that this deserves conversation. This deserves our opportunity to question what we just heard and to dig into that further. And it's 10 minutes after 11, and we're exhausted after many nights of this. And so what I would request from the administration is that this brief presentation be done again on Monday, and that we have time, and that it's done in a way that specifically tries to address many of the reoccurring questions that we heard over and over and over again, so that we can hear the administration's full response to those concerns that we heard from the public. And then we can have an opportunity to ask questions and dig into that further prior to our vote. I think that we deserve that. I think the public deserves that. I think we need to make sure that we at least give this the opportunity to address the things that we heard in a more complete way. So I would request that, and if we could add that to the agenda so that we can have time prior to our vote to get this information we just heard again, and I think in a more complete way, because I think there were a number of concerns, and I'd be happy to work with you offline. I think most of us have those questions in our emails, but I want to make sure that we're at the very least addressing the questions that we heard from the public and making sure that those are answered. Whether the answers are what folks want to hear or not, at least we have responded and are getting a full response. So that would be my request. Thank you.
We accept.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Not seeing any other comments? Yes, Mr. Constant, go ahead.
We are going to change that motion slightly to 6 p.m. instead of 5 p.m. so we don't have to do two votes.
Are you changing that motion, and did the second agree, or would you like to make an amendment?
The second agreed,
Okay.
I believe. You can hear
The
him.
second will agree, yeah.
Yeah, and Barbara already caught it, but I just wanted to make sure it was read into the record so people heard it and it was recorded.
Excellent. So the motion is to continue the meeting to Monday, July 27th, starting at 6 p.m. to specifically take up Ordinance AO 2020-66. Are members prepared to vote? Seeing no more discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. Salato?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That passes 11-0. We're now at the part of our meeting that we do final audience participation. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on any topic whatsoever? Mr. Haberman, come on down.
Was that,
You'll have 3 minutes.
did we end the meeting or we extended the meeting till?
Actually, we did. The meeting's not over.
Yeah, there is no audience participation because we ended the meeting.
But, just because he was invited up, I would offer that.
Hang on one second. I asked Barbara about this, so let me speak with her because I deferred to her advice. Okay, we're required to have audience participation. So go ahead, Mr. Haberman. Great, you have 3 minutes. You may begin. Mr. Haberman, could you turn your mic on, please? I'll stop your time. Yeah, got it. It's lower right. There's a little face symbol. Yeah, new audio. Lower right. Yep, has a little face and a bunch of lines. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matthew Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more like a public interest. I'll be basically talking about COVID and how we're dealing with it and how we're appropriately and not appropriately. With respect to our governor, he, even in his latest effort and idea of having the face coverings, he still has not got it. The least we can do in our state is wear face coverings. What's the problem? As the mayor, respectively here, has taken efforts in his order to more restraint in how we're going to conduct business with this COVID situation, this is a result of us not doing what we need to do, at least wear face coverings. So I'm concerned we have not done that, and I'm also concerned, I'd like to remind the mayor and the governor of this thing. Safety is important, public health is important, and we need to recognize that, and also the economic health of our community. But what we are not recognizing is, like the suggestions in going with essential businesses and not essentials, and remind you of the history, we created very few places for the public to be in. The concentration of people in the Walmarts, in the Targets, and so forth. And then what happened to our economy? We had the Main Street Palmer, Anchorage, Wasilla, whatever. Those goods, they couldn't sell. And then they're told to come back in. And it's difficult for them to come back in, Anchorage and elsewhere. And we still have the same problem, face coverings. I'm also concerned with the mayor was given the power by the Anchorage Assembly to do what he's doing. I'm concerned in the respect is that the Assembly is leaving it to the mayor to do it. Yes, he has the power, and the Assembly members here have the right to say no, with all due respect. But you are leaving it to the mayor, and you're leaving to a situation where that conversation is not really among all of us as Alaskans. And so much is going on there and not before all of us. And the end result is you're not hearing from the people, Mayor, and yourselves. And the end result, these decisions are very disruptive. And they're hurting. And when you deal with the CARES Act in these different communities, the end result is there's a lack of understanding why that CARES Act is there. And understanding that those monies are not here forever. And they got to be used wisely and not rushed. And I feel for what the mayor said in closing. But in all fairness, there's
Mr.
anger
Haberman?
out there, and you need to do it correctly.
Thank you for your testimony,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Haberman. Would anyone else like to provide public testimony? Come on down, thank you. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Is this on?
Yes, it is.
My name is Beth Abisror.
Go
My
ahead,
name is Beth Abisror, and I have been here 2 whole nights, and I have watched on the live stream and TV the rest of the time and heard all of the testimony. This was supposed to be just one night of a meeting. It has taken 5 nights to get this done. Why? Because this is what happens when you show the people that you will not represent them. So when you will not speak for us and represent us, which is what we elected you to do, we are forced to represent ourselves. Look at how incredibly inefficient that was. 5 days until 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. to finish one meeting. That should show you that this is broken right now. And you really need to think about that. We voted for you to represent us. That's what was supposed to happen. It hasn't happened yet. And the reason we've continued to come out is because in response to our testimonies and our emails, especially the emails, we have received responses back that have said, thank you for your opinions, your stories, your concerns. I'm still voting yes. I still support this. I still trust the administration, and I trust that they have good intentions. That's not good enough for us. I'm sorry, it's just not. And there's been a big miscommunication. Everyone keeps talking about a plan. The people who are opposed say, I don't like this plan. There is no plan. I haven't seen a plan. And the people who are in favor, they say, I love this plan. We have to help them. I'm in favor of this plan. We're talking about 2 totally separate things. The Anchored Home Plan is a project. It's an introduction. It's an idea. If you brought that into school as a project, your teacher would say, this is wonderful. Look at this beautiful presentation. I love it. If you brought it to the bank to get funded, they would tell you, it's a good start, but now you have to write a business plan. And then I'll decide if it's worth funding. You've brought this to us and asked us to fund it, and we're telling you no. Good idea. We love the basic idea. We don't love how you're doing it. We don't want to pay for it yet. You haven't shown us the reason that we should pay for it. So that's what we're asking for. We're asking for a business plan.
Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
I know.
I understand this is closing comments, so we can say...
Yeah, just as a reminder for folks who have already testified on the issues we're considering, you shouldn't be testifying twice on that, so the comments should be more general or about something else entirely. Thank you.
In general, as in generally
It shouldn't
how I
be
feel.
about these ordinances because you've
Yeah,
already
I can do
testified.
that. Like,
Okay, thank you.
my name's Scarlett Von Bose. I've spoke with you guys, I think just yesterday. I don't remember because this has been a long process. I implore you to do the right thing by everyone who lives in Heather Meadows and Geneva Woods and Rogers Park and my children that are going to be attending Rogers Park. I have a 3.5-year-old and a 1.5-year-old. Look, I'm from Colorado. I'm from Boulder, Colorado. I'm a former prima ballerina for the Aspen Santa Fe Ballet Company. I have been a licensed emergency vet tech for 20 years. I have a bachelor's in environmental studies. I'm not an idiot. And for you to think that this is a good idea certainly makes you special, okay? My husband's been very busy, and I was just at home talking with him, having some wine, as we do as parents. And I said to him, you know, I didn't want to come across as a NIMBY, as a not in my backyard person. And I thought long and hard about, am I just being a bizzo because I don't want to be accosted by homeless people all the time? And you know what, I'm not. I give a shit I care about these people, okay? I think $22 million is a lot of money, and I think the way you're spending it is poorly. You have to be less than Helen Keller to realize the damage that you will do to Midtown. So I'm from Boulder, Colorado. It's a beautiful town. If you've never been there, it's probably one of the best places in the lower 48 to live ever, okay? Cost of living is high because we're all educated and because we all work hard. And don't get me wrong, Boulder has homeless. Denver has homeless. I've lived all over Colorado for 18 years. I grew up in the South. When I first moved to Anchorage, I didn't really want to be here, okay? I fell in love with someone who's a third-generation homesteader. So I came here and I lived here because I wanted to be with him and I wanted to be with the mountains. I wanted to be with nature. I like to pick raspberries with my kids on their walks. And like that gentleman was telling you earlier today about how we mowed down those woods, the private company did, and they disappeared for a couple years. But now they're back, and my son wanted to pick raspberries in that same patch of woods again, and they're still there. But, you know, there's so much garbage. I'm talking propane tanks, fats, oil. Like, you know. I'm not telling you something you haven't freaking heard before. You know. There are better ways to spend this money. But I fell in love with Midtown because, you know, I grew up in the South. I grew up out in the country. All right, my family, we own oil rigs in the backyard, okay? But I really like Anchorage because I can live in town and 10 minutes later I'm in the mountains.
Thank you for your testimony.
It's fine. Have a good night.
Thank you for coming in.
Consider how you're going to sleep at night.
Would anyone else like to provide public testimony?
Hi, my name is Scott Anderson. Although I did testify on these two ordinances earlier, that's not in particular what I'm going to talk about right now. What I don't like and what I haven't liked about this whole thing, and the mayor hopefully may address on Monday, when most of the rest of us evidently aren't going to get to be here, is that we've asked for what the what the RFP was. In fact, I stood in the Midtown Community Council meeting last week with both Meg and Felix. I asked them, what was the RFP? Silence. They didn't say a thing. So I look forward to that information. I think it will be illuminating to see how a select, tiny group of government employees got to pick which buildings and which properties the city is going to purchase. And then y'all can go purchase them Monday night. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Welcome.
Nick Begich, and just one thing I would like to say, because a lot of what's been said about what we're trying to say with Intervention 2020 is totally mischaracterized. And I've looked at some of the things that Forrest has generated with the Disability Law Center and what Meg generated there. And those would have been really helpful 2 years ago when we stood here and asked you guys to consider what we were saying, because what people are really worried about, what you've really heard in this testimony, is not an objection to this plan. It's not addressing what most people think should be the first plan, which is to make Anchorage safe and to get rid of the criminality that's made average people in this community afraid. That should be first. That's all everybody has been saying here. Do that first, so we can then see an opportunity that's already here. But everyone who's in the street providing services, 20% of the population, arbitrary number, is driving 80% of the work. We're saying take the criminality out of this. Make people accountable for that. Use it as an intervention opportunity. And I looked at all those disability law positions, and each one of those points can be dismantled and addressed in statutes. But they require a dialogue, not a monologue, and we've been asking for 2 years for that. And then we found a way to whip up the public sentiment to make sure you guys would at least hear that. This is what people want to have addressed, the criminal things that are destroying the city that aren't addressed. That should be addressed first. That's all. Put it in the right order and see the city calm because we see it being corrected and fixed, not neglected and ignored, till it gets so loud that now we have the excuse to create an emergency. That's how we all feel about it. We just watched it deteriorate and deteriorate and deteriorate, and at some point somebody has to say, stop. And that's just what this community is saying. Stop. And let's get into the thing that's making everyone so afraid, and that keeps our families from getting out into our parks, and our grandchildren, because I have 4 now, and I'm raising one of them because of alcohol and drug abuse affecting my youngest son. We've all seen pieces of this. I wish the criminal justice system had intervened for my son. I wish there had been a way. But there wasn't then, and there isn't now. And there's a whole lot of parents and there's a whole lot of grandparents that want to see the criminality aspect addressed, so the deck is cleared, so we can help the homeless mothers and the people who have been lost their jobs and the people who have lost their ability to stay in the system. So you can all address that, so we can all address that. Take care of the crime in Anchorage so we can have a city that we can be proud of again.
Thank you, sir. This meeting is continued until Monday. We'll see you all then.